never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
For the midnight hour in the Eastern time zone. That means we got a Wednesday coming on midweek. Here it is. Hump Day. All right. Hope your week's going well. I know it's going better for some than others. As, of course, the big story has been, I can't find gas. Things have really got interesting in the southeastern USA. Plenty of updates to throw your way. Yeah, there's well over 1,000 locations out of gas, out of fuel. In some cases, having a difficult time finding diesel fuel as well. Apparently, it's not as bad for diesel as it is for regular old gasoline. But we've got all the latest to bring you up to speed on that coming up here. And, of course, our friend Dean Michael will be joining us this morning. Tax day is looming. We're rolling into the 12th day of May. And with the extension due to the pandemic, second year in a row, got till May the 15th. So that's your filing deadline. Of course, you can always file the extension to get you like a typical year to October the 15th. But you need to get that done by the 15th of May here. All right, we start things off with a look at our travelers' weather as the case has been night after night after night. It seems like for weeks now. Yeah, rain in the deep south. And tonight we've got heavy rain, flooding issues, especially through central and southern portions of Louisiana, on over into southern Mississippi. We've got some heavy, most of the really heavy stuff is still south of Jackson, Mississippi. But you've even got some stronger storms Looking way down into the southernmost reaches of Texas, there's actually a number of severe thunderstorm warnings with a line of storms that is pushing off to the southeast there through, the southernmost reaches of Texas. This line, the south of Laredo, but some of that rain is going to be pushing through the Corpus Christi area here in the next couple of hours, and they could be at severe levels when they push through Corpus Christi. But meanwhile, southern Louisiana, we've got the heavy rain extending up, like I said, to Jackson, Mississippi. Then you've got more, not as intensive, but still some pockets of heavy rain extending all the way up into the Tupelo area. Rain's pushing now into western portions of Alabama. You get all the way over into south central and southeastern Georgia. There's another cluster of heavy rainfall impacting that region, everything well south of the Atlanta area. But those rains will be headed over toward the Savannah area through the overnight hours. Also have some showers up into the Big Bend area of Florida, northern Florida tonight. Elsewhere around the country, let me zoom out a little bit. There's not a whole heck of a lot else going on. We got still some rain well up into the northeast, primarily Maine. You may find a scattered shower in upstate New York tonight, but nothing intense or heavy there, just light to moderate rainfall. That's what's left of our storm system that brought actually some of that snow to the Colorado Rockies in recent days. So we've got that cold front that has dove down into the southern reaches of the country, actually over the Mother's Day weekend, and it's kind of stalled out there. And as it just hangs out there, it's been hanging along the coast since Monday. That's where we're seeing each disturbance bringing these flooding, torrential rains that have already seen 2 times the normal rainfall so far this spring. All right, the persistent flow of cool air in the eastern U.S. is causing that boundary to just kind of hang out. It's just hanging there near the Gulf Coast and areas all the way from southern Texas to North Carolina. You'll continue to see rounds of downpours right on through the middle portions of the reek here. The heaviest rain will be focusing on eastern Texas into Louisiana, southern Mississippi, and southern Alabama. Between Sunday night and Monday morning, nearly 4 inches of rain had already fallen in Lufkin, Texas. Their rainfall numbers this year are 300% of where they should be in an average year. Rainfall totals 4 to 6 inches have been reported around New Orleans, with more rain expected on into the day today. And some of these heavy rains are indeed going to be moving through New Orleans overnight tonight. Widespread rainfall amounts 1 or 2 inches. In the heavier areas, 2 to 4 inches and maybe even higher amounts. By the time this front finally moves out later this week, some areas will be tallying up 6 to 10 inches of rain. And according to AccuWeather, we could be looking at up to 14-inch rainfall totals in some areas. Just incredible. So thanks to the previous wet conditions and the additional heavy rain, river flooding is becoming a concern across the region, especially in eastern Texas, Louisiana, and southern portions of Mississippi. All right, still the greater concern is going to be the flash flooding, underpasses, drainage ditches that are going to be filling up with water at times. Meanwhile, we have another night of downright chilly temperatures. We've got hard freeze warnings over about the eastern half of lower Michigan, on up into central and northern portions of Wisconsin, hard freeze warnings. There's also the higher elevations over eastern portions of West Virginia. You've got hard freeze warnings there. Now, outside of the hard freeze warnings, frost advisories tonight for the northern half of West Virginia, southwestern portions of Pennsylvania, almost the entire state of Ohio. It's just the southernmost reaches and south central portions of the state not seeing frost advisories. Most of Indiana, frost advisories. The northern 2/3 of Illinois, eastern portions of Iowa as well. Also have some frost advisories back into central portions of Nebraska tonight. With this cold air in place, these are temperatures more typical of March. And we've been dealing with this since the start of the week. But there is some good news. The warmer air is going to begin returning here in just a couple of days. But we saw those brisk conditions overtake the Northeast and the Great Lakes just in time for the Mother's Day weekend. We actually saw a little bit of slushy snow across portions of Pennsylvania on Mother's Day. And where it wasn't snowing, it was raining across much of the Northeast and raining heavily in some places. Brunswick, Ohio, about 30 miles southwest of Cleveland, racked up over 3.5 inches of rainfall on Sunday. Saturday was pretty much the coolest day. New York City, Boston, temperatures didn't even get above 55 degrees, well below normal. Philadelphia dove to 57 degrees on Mother's Day. You should normally be at like 70 this time of year. So once again, several freeze warnings and frost advisories in effect. Portions of Michigan, Indiana, Ohio, New York, Pennsylvania, and Vermont again this morning. This chilly air's got a lot of people kind of wondering, what happened to the May warm temperatures? Where'd that go? Okay, so the warm air will be spreading across the region later this week. The high pressure that's in place across the Great Lakes with that cool northerly flow, keeping temperatures capped across the eastern USA through midweek here before the low temperatures recover starting later Wednesday morning in the Northeast. This is probably going to be the coolest it's been since the 1st of May. We're talking temperatures in Philadelphia, Boston, New York City, all dipping into the mid-40s early this morning before the sun comes up. There is, again, indeed, the threat of frost or even freeze across the Great Lakes, parts of the Ohio Valley, and the Central Appalachians. Forecasters warn chilly air may even stick around through Thursday morning. But that return to normal is coming. Temperatures are going to climb in earnest as we head into the weekend coming up here, as that high pressure begins to shift off to the east, and that brings in a milder flow of air. Highs across the Northeast gradually will climb into the 70s by later this week or early in the weekend. Yeah, New York City, Philadelphia, Washington, D.C., where you've been below normal all the way back since last Thursday. You'll have a full week of this before the warm-up moves in. All right, the weather's going to be a far cry from the 40s and 50s and the rain we've seen in parts of the region on Mother's Day. And the risk for frost should finally dissipate as well. Nighttime temperatures rising back to normal, maybe even a little bit above normal in some areas. Temperatures in Boston should peak out about 70 degrees by Friday, they tell us. Then fall back just above normal due in part to the cooler air from the ocean. New York City's temperature should be the highest on Sunday when you'll settle into the lower 70s. That's a far cry from what you had the chilly Mother's Day. After gradually increasing late this week into early next week, temperatures will remain relatively high and rise even higher as we head into the third week of May. According to AccuWeather, we're talking another significant warm-up that could occur from the central to the northeastern USA. The outlook between like May the 17th to May the 22nd, according to the Climate Prediction Center. States from Nebraska down to Oklahoma, all the way to New York and Virginia have the greatest chance at experiencing above normal temperatures at that point in time. As I mentioned last evening, that'll be the time frame when the cicadas do indeed finally begin to emerge en masse. All right, one of the top stories here as far as industry headlines is going to be, and I'm pretty sure that's why we've got Brain Dead on the line right out of the box here. You got an issue with, this is a pretty significant bridge, correct?
Significant is an understatement, Steve.
That's what I thought.
This is going to be something massive for a while. So anybody listening that's coming into or through the Memphis area, please pay attention to this. The I-40 bridge is closed and will be closed for several weeks, maybe a month. They did a bridge inspection today, and they noticed a crack in a support beam. The transportation directors for the state of Arkansas and the state of Tennessee have advised truck drivers, if you are not coming through town, if you do not have to come through town, please go around the city. Go up 55 to the 555, or go down through Helena, West Helena. The backups are horrible. One of our city drivers from the truck stops there where the 40 split is on the east end to our yard, which is at Brooks and Winchester, took 2 hours. My drive in from where I live to our yard is right at 30 minutes. It took me an hour and 15 minutes just to cross the old bridge.
Wow.
So if you do not have to come this way, please find an alternate route. That's what they're asking. Coming across the bridge tonight, it wasn't too awful bad going northbound on the old bridge, but needless to say, that was overnight. I don't know what's going to be like in the morning because I do a Memphis to Little Rock turn and back. They don't know when this is going to be fixed. They don't know anything right now. My wife called me at 3:30 this afternoon and woke me up to tell me that this was going to be a fun adventure for the next little bit. So, like I said, pack your lunch. Just be advised.
So
backups, they're saying, are going to be an hour to 2 hours.
So for all the vehicles that just say that aren't aware that the bridge is shut down, so you're saying things are backing up for miles, but they can't cross the bridge. What are they trying to do? Take them off on side streets and trying to get them on alternates, or what's the deal?
Well, the only way to cross is the I-55 bridge, or the old bridge. Now, that bridge was built in 1905, if I remember right. Your little Google machine could find a better date than I can. I'm going off my memory. That bridge handles 40,000 cars a day. The I-40 bridge handles, they said, about 35,000. So you have 75,000 vehicles taking one bridge a day.
Wow.
That's a lot of traffic.
Oh, yeah.
So if you're trying to get through town and taking 40, stay on Crump Boulevard. Do not get on 55. Just stay straight on Crump Boulevard. Take 240 north. That turns into the 40 east. Same thing if you're coming 40 west. Go down, hit Crump Boulevard. Take that all the way over. That turns into the old bridge or I-55 and take that back north. That saves you a little bit of time there. If you're on I-55, well, it shouldn't be that hard. But it's just the way it is. It's an old skinny bridge that if you move wrong, you're going to take somebody's mirror off, and a lot of people are scared.
Oh boy.
That's what a lot of the problem is. Now, this morning, what really complicated matters was coming in right there on the west end of town where the split was. They had a construction zone set up that was down to one lane and backed up traffic again. So in the morning, I don't know if that construction zone is going to be set up or not, but knowing the state of Arkansas and how intelligent these people are, they probably won't. But they probably have suspended that until further notice, until this bridge is. I don't know of any vehicles that are still on the bridge, but at 5 o'clock this evening, they had vehicles still on the bridge. 5 and 6 o'clock this evening, they still had vehicles still on the bridge that were trapped on the eastbound side that were from exit 1, where the truck stops is, going to the bridge. They had shut down, and they didn't know how to get them off. So I don't know if they're still there now or not. Mm-hmm. But like I said, this has been a cluster. Well, you can fill in the blank, Steve.
Oh, yeah. No doubt about it. And it's like you said, it may go on for days. They don't really have an estimated time at this point of how long it's going to take to assess and repair this thing?
The transportation director for the state of Arkansas said expect 2 weeks up to a month, maybe more. They don't know until they can get their boots on the ground in there to see what's going on. But they're saying it's a support beam. They closed it out of caution, and I can't fault the states at all, because if you remember right, how long ago was that bridge collapse in Minneapolis?
Correct.
Wasn't that about like 10 or 15 years ago?
Yes, sir. Yep, and they don't want that. They don't want a repeat of that. Absolutely.
No, so I can't fault them for eyeing on the caution, but honestly, people, let's be a little patient here. This is not up to us to handle and up to us to do. Let's be patient, courteous, and hopefully maybe some of these other people will learn the same thing. But yeah, it's going to be a fun adventure, Steve.
All right. Well, when I looked up to the screen, I saw Brain Dead on the line right out of the box. I knew that's what you were calling about. So, all right. Well, thank you for the update.
Yeah.
Other than that, all right. Have a good night, Brain Dead. Thank you for checking in.
Yeah, you too, Steve.
There you go. All right. Yeah, that was, I had several people had sent me emails, links to that. So obviously, it's something significant enough that they're concerned of a potential collapse, right? The structural crack, as they identify it. This is the Hernando de Soto, the M Bridge, as they call it. Kind of looks like an M, the letter M. It is closed indefinitely, all lanes of I-40 along the bridge. They've also halted boat traffic beneath the area on the Mississippi River. Let's see, that was a routine inspection of the bridge, located the crack about 2 o'clock this past afternoon. According to the public information officer for the Arkansas Department of Transportation, the Tennessee DOT said the crack was located on the bottom side of the bridge truss. Support beam. iDrive Arkansas described it as a support beam. So again, not clear how long it's going to take to assess and repair the bridge sufficiently enough to allow vehicles and boat traffic to resume. Now we're talking, the Mississippi River here, and that's, if you've got boat traffic stopped, I guess that means the barge traffic's not going to be able to get past beneath the bridge. Later this past afternoon, they sent drones out to assess the crack, as well as to see if it had grown. Officials using drones for inspection in order to keep personnel and equipment off the bridge. See, that says they're really worried about this. They don't want anyone on the bridge. To get the best visuals, drones are the way to go, according to the DOT. Now, spokesperson for the Tennessee Department of Transportation said representatives from both state departments are investigating. Both Parker and Lawrence at Arkansas and Tennessee state departments are going to share responsibility for the cost of repairs for this. But again, the extent of the damage, the extent of the cost of any repairs, unclear as of Tuesday evening. So that is a pretty big deal. And how long is that going to go? Now, I mentioned the barge traffic because, what we've got going on right now with this whole Colonial Pipeline being shut down, I know they were trying to use barges and whatnot for some alternatives to move some fuel to certain areas that have access to waterways, but I don't know if that's going to make problems even worse. But let's move to that particular category before we get to your calls. You want to jump in, it's 844-844-3388. Let me start with a message that had gone out via from Travel Centers of America. So this is just one of a number of updates to our valued guests this past day. We're closely monitoring the rapidly changing Colonial Pipeline situation. We are seeing increased demand for gasoline across various markets in the Southeast. Diesel is still holding steady in most areas, but the increased strain on the supply chain is causing supplies to get tighter. Currently, diesel is available at most of our locations, with select stores experiencing outages as we work to bring in more supply. We continue to do everything we can, including bringing in resources and extra drivers from unaffected areas to help meet demand and restore supply at our travel centers. Additionally, please be aware of the recent Georgia governor's executive order from May the 10th, which suspended the collection of motor fuel and diesel fuel taxes. All right, we greatly appreciate your patience as we work to keep up with this quickly evolving market. We'll inform you of any changes to diesel supply availability. Now, they had, see a little bit here. They said all locations are open currently. There are facilities that have no gas, but diesel only. On this, I thought this was TL. This is Pilot Flying J. I apologize. So that they list, there's the pilot in Midway, Florida, the pilot in Warsaw, North Carolina, Kenneally, North Carolina, Danville, Virginia, Jasper, Florida, Columbia, South Carolina. Those at press time had diesel, but no gasoline. Couple locations, no gas or diesel. The pilot in Conover, North Carolina, the pilot at Monroe, North Carolina, both of those were expecting a delivery sometime tonight. Several locations with no diesel this past day. Kannapolis, North Carolina, they were anticipating a delivery tonight. Flying J in Latta, South Carolina, as well as the pilot in Latta, South Carolina. That location was anticipating a delivery tonight. The Flying J at Quincy, Midway, Florida. The pilot in Carnesville, Georgia. You know, we're hearing that thousands of stations are out of gasoline. I'm looking at a photograph from Northern Virginia. Someone posted a video, said, "It's after 10 o'clock at night. I'm in Northern Virginia, home to some of the richest counties in the country. Long lines, rising gas prices." Yeah, so obviously there's a facility there that has gas, but there are long lines anywhere that there is. The Georgia excise tax, the executive order that was issued, here's what they're telling us. We're aware of the Georgia governor's executive order suspending the collection of motor fuel and diesel fuel taxes with the Colonial Pipeline down. We are required to transport fuel from out of state to our Georgia travel centers, which is creating additional issues as several states are going to require state excise taxes to be charged if Georgia taxes are not charged. We're trying to get more information on the proper handling of this order. In the meantime, we request you maintain your receipts for any cash or credit card purchases made from May the 11th of 2021 through May the 15th of 2021, or until further guidance from the state of Georgia on the best way to handle this situation dictates otherwise. Based on the guidance we've received, we're going to review all direct bill and billing card invoices and make adjustments or corrections as needed. Again, obviously that would cross the threshold from all the travel centers, truck stops, fueling stations, anywhere you're going to purchase diesel there in the state of Georgia. From Chamblee, Georgia, more than 1,000 stations in the southeast out of fuel. Authorities and analysts say what we have going on right here is unwarranted panic buying among drivers. As that shutdown of the pipeline enters its 5th day, that was yesterday. This is entering day number 6 here on Wednesday. I'm seeing photos via social media of people out there. There's this guy, there's a couple, they must have 5 or 6 of those 5-gallon gas cans, filling them all up. There's a guy that actually has a pickup with a trailer with a tote. Several hundred gallons of gas he's got in there. There's another, I'm looking at a guy here with 8 of those little, looks like they're probably like the 2 or 3 gallon gas cans. I mean, people buying gas that, I don't know, it's probably the same people that were buying 400 rolls of toilet paper about this time a year ago. It's just, give it, it's going to be a few more days. All right, government officials acting swiftly to waive safety environmental rules to speed the delivery of fuel by trucks, as we know, or ship or rail to motorists as well as airports. Trying to tell the public there's no cause for alarm here, people. A large part of the pipeline, they tell us, has resumed operations manually. Colonial anticipates restarting most of their operations again by the end of the week. It's already Wednesday. Just give it a couple of days here. You may still feel a crunch because it takes a few days to ramp up operations. But there's no reason to be hoarding gas. We know we have gasoline. We just have to get it to the right places. That's the only issue. Standard & Poor's Oil Price Information Service put the number of stations encountering shortages at well over 1,000. A lot of that is because they say they're selling 3 or 4 times as much gas as they would normally do on any given day because people are panic buying. It's becoming a self-fulfilling prophecy, according to Tom Closa. We know the pipeline that runs from Texas to the Gulf Coast to the New York metropolitan area. The states that are most dependent on that pipeline are Alabama, Georgia, Tennessee, and the Carolinas, according to Closa. In Virginia, nearly 8% of that state's nearly 3,900 stations report running out of fuel this past day, according to GasBuddy.com. In North Carolina, 8.5% of the about 5,400 stations in that state were out. Scattered reports of higher prices, but prices were rising even before this pipeline incident because we were headed into the busy summer driving season. Nevertheless, they are warning gas station owners we will not have tolerance for price gouging. To ease some of these brief shortages, the White House is considering temporarily waiving the law that says ships delivering products between U.S. ports have to be built and manned by Americans. I think that's the Jones Act thing. The Transportation Department, as we all know, has, of course, relaxed the requirements for railroads to deliver fuel inland, and the EPA has lifted some fuel quality requirements on an emergency basis. In other words, I guess they're allowing some of this. You got all these boutique blend things from state to state, right? And when you're having to, I think most of them have transitioned over to the summer blend right now for the lower emissions. You've got different requirements. In Texas alone, I think there's 7 different boutique blends, depending on what part of the state you're in. So they've got to throw all that stuff out of the window right now. You just allow, if you've got gas, get it where it needs to go, all right? So, and then worry about the whole boutique blend stuff later when you get a chance to get it back on track. All right, we'll get a news break in here, get your calls coming up. I believe Dean's going to join us at 1 a.m. this morning. That's what Kyle had posted on the overnightdrive.com website. So it's 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hotshot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki. At least 30 people have been killed in the latest exchange of attacks between Israel and Hamas militants in Gaza. A barrage of rockets was launched Tuesday, reaching Tel Aviv and sending thousands in Israel's largest city into bomb shelters. Israeli Defense Forces responded with airstrikes into Gaza, targeting buildings controlled by Hamas. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu said in a nationally televised address that Hamas and Islamic Jihad would pay a heavy price for the latest series of rocket attacks. And prosecutors in Georgia say they will seek the death penalty for a man accused of killing 8 people in a March shooting spree. Robert Aaron Long was indicted by 2 grand juries Tuesday on 4 counts of murder, 4 counts of felony murder, weapons charges, and a charge of domestic terrorism for the killings. Fulton County District Attorney Fonnie Willis says she intends to also seek hate crime charges and will seek the death penalty in the case. 6 of the 8 victims in the shootings were of Asian descent. This is USA Radio News.
Does your business spend $500 a month or more on gas and electric bills? Did you know by making a simple free phone call, you can save up to 25% on your bill every month? What could you do with a 25% savings on utility bills every month? Energy deregulation is now available in your state. Making one simple phone call will show you how we can lower your gas and electric bills instantly, with no changes to your bill and no enrollment fee. This is a free service. The only thing you'll notice is a lower bill every month. Call U.S. Power and Light right now. Learn how easy it is to lower your utility bills for your business and save money. We promise. So if you spend over $500 a month on your gas and electric bills, please call right now and unleash your savings. 800-941-3381. 800-941-3381. 800-941-3381. That's 800-941-3381.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Some say their truck reflects who they are, dependable and reliable. That's why you trust Blue Def. Now the best just got better. Introducing Blue Def Platinum, a revolutionary innovation with advanced system shield technology to significantly reduce harmful deposits. To maintain fuel economy, save money on costly repairs, and sustain the life of your SCR system, there's only one DEF to choose. Blue Def Platinum. The best just got better.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com. From the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you tired of those tax problems following you around like a dark cloud, always in the back of your mind, losing sleep at night? Call me now and get your life back. 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Pretending they're not there won't make them go away. The IRS isn't going to forget. They will levy your bank account and garnish your wages. Don't wait for that to happen. I'm not telling you these things to scare you. I'm telling you so you can benefit from my years of experience. Now is the time to act. 888-632-4506.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Stiction.
engine oil can break down under extreme heat, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit that creates drag on the engine's moving parts. This sticky friction is stiction. Symptoms include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator is formulated to be left in the engine. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
All right, in the state of Georgia, as I mentioned, Governor Kemp suspended state taxes on motor fuels through Saturday. In the state of Georgia, they collect a gas tax of 28.7 cents per gallon. Diesel's 32.2 per gallon. Kemp said it'll probably help level the price at the pump off for a little while. But again, urging people to not hoard gasoline. He expects the situation to be resolved soon. You don't need to go out and fill up every 5-gallon can you can get. There are scattered stations in the metro Atlanta area out of fuel Monday and Tuesday. Let's see, nearly 6% of, there's about 6,400 stations in the state that were out of fuel this past day, according to Gas Buddy. In Florida, drivers in some areas facing long lines. 3% of stations had run out. I mean, that's not big. It's not like they're saying 50, 60% of the stations are out of fuel. 3%, that's not much. One guy drove from one station to the next in Tallahassee in search of gas, seeing a line nearly a mile long. Are you kidding me? At the pumps outside of a Costco there. He eventually passed a station with gas on the way to Florida State University where he works, but he said, this is just insane. Irene Yavanka tank was about half full, but she wasn't about to take chances as she sat in her car at the same Tallahassee gas station. I know I'll be needing gas soon, so why not, she said. Citgo's Fairfax, Virginia terminal ran out of premium formulated gas, and their Richmond, Virginia terminal was out of unleaded regular, according to AAA. Citing a shipper bulletin there. Now, the Colonial carries jet fuel. The pipeline carries jet fuel as well. American Airlines has rerouted 2 long-haul flights from Charlotte, North Carolina because of possible shortages. Passengers flying to Honolulu will have to change planes in Dallas, and anyone headed to London will stop in Boston to refuel there. I guess they're just taking off enough fuel there in North Carolina to get to the other destinations where they're not having the issues. Southwest and United flights have carried extra fuel on flights coming into Nashville, Tennessee, Baltimore, and some other airports in the event jet fuel becomes unavailable at those airports. Normally, they load only enough fuel for a single flight because obviously topping off adds the plane extra weight and hurts their mileage. Most planes can carry enough fuel for a round trip, but the extra fuel burn actually, obviously, costs them money. So there's some of the latest. What's going on? Let's check in with Horse Feathers. Any trouble finding diesel in your neck of the woods?
No, not yet there, Your Honor. Morning.
Morning.
I guess we should say, hey, Mike, what day is it? What day is it?
Oh, yeah, it is. Hump Day. How about that? Yeah.
Yeah. So we welcome the $100 man in today, right?
The 1 o'clock hour, according to what I saw.
1 o'clock?
Yep.
Okay. All right. So, well, we'll be looking forward to that then. I got a question for him on, I don't know. Maybe he'll have an answer, or maybe he won't, but we'll figure it all out. But,
yep. Okay.
But no, the only thing I've heard is reports from a few people I know of down in the Carolinas, both the southern and northern Carolina, and they say there's some stations that have no gas and some stations that have a little bit of gas and some stations that have diesel and some stations that don't have diesel. So
okay.
Kind of got to ride around and try to find what you can find from what I hear. So, but other than that, not a whole lot other going on there. I kind of completely missed all the news today with everything I had to do and get around and take 3 naps in between or doing everything else. you talk about messing up somebody's sleep for the day. You try to get a halfway decent amount of sleep when you take 3 2-hour naps, and I don't know if that adds up to 6 hours or not, but it sure don't feel like it.
Well, yeah, you're breaking it up like that. No, you're not getting the deep sleep you need.
No, not at all. But anyways, I guess that's part of truck driving. You got to do what you got to do. So it's just kind of the way the day ended up. But anyways, so I don't know. I guess we got the Colonial Pipeline still going on. We got did the rocket get off last night? The Wallops Island there, did that get off? I was kind of out there at about 20 after 8, quarter after 8, looking up at the sky there in Maryland, and I didn't see any strange colors in the sky.
I'll have to double check on that. I forgot to get an update. Yeah.
Yeah. So I guess that was the one thing left over from last night's news there. Other than that, not too much different from last night that I know of, other than the fact that I had to go retrieve a different trailer to use today because they did maintenance on mine and they found out something they wanted to correct before it did any more work. So I got told, you got to go find a new trailer to use for the night. So
okay,
that kind of threw my whole schedule off there in the middle of the day yesterday. So, but other than that, it was good to hear kind of some of the old crew there. It was good to hear Baby Bear on the air last night.
Yeah.
Haven't heard from her in a while, and I guess I left you hanging. I didn't realize that. I thought maybe I would have gotten her to call in there, but there a while back there, I had message back and forth there with Drummer Girl. So Drummer Girl has found you on the web, but I don't know. She's still a little shy of picking up the phone and calling in right now since you're on the internet there. So
yeah.
I don't know if it's the suits that watch the internet or what goes on, but anyway, she's out there and she says hi. But anyways, at some point she'll get back and say hi to you in person, I'm sure.
That'll work. All right. Yes, she never did call in a whole lot. I'd get occasional emails from her here and there, but yeah, she's a little phone shy. And I'm looking here, the update. No, they did not launch. They scrubbed that. They scrubbed again this past evening. The next opportunity comes up 8:06 tonight. And again, I guess they've got backup days that run right on through the weekend up to May the 16th. So eventually they'll get it launched.
Yeah, one way or another, right? If not, maybe they can hire the Chinese. Apparently the Chinese know how to put them up. They just don't know how to bring them back down very well.
Exactly.
Let fall to the ground. They'll come down eventually. Gravity will do it for us. Hey, all we have to do is get it. Didn't we hear that from some guys that wanted to learn about flying planes? Teach us how to take off. Teach us how to fly. No need to learn how to land. Yeah, been there, done that before. So, all right, there, Your Honor. We appreciate it. And we'll be listening, and maybe we'll give you a jingle back there after 1 o'clock there and see what the $100 man has to say.
Very, very good. Yeah, I hope some folks call in to talk to Dean. I get kind of embarrassed when I'm sitting here saying, well, Dean, nobody has any questions for you. Sorry. Dean Michael, the tax dollar, tax dollar. TaxHelpMD.com, where you'll find his website. Who all checking in this morning here? Scooter was first out of the box on social media, a.k.a. Mercury Man. Checking in from Hammond, Louisiana. He said it's 68 degrees, but they've got torrential rainfall. Yes, indeed. As always, Matthew jumps on board. Mike. Yeah, hump day. Michigan Madman out there. Hopefully this is the last of the cold nights there. Yeah, you've got frost and freeze advisories there in Michigan. Dale checking in from Jacksonville, Florida. No frost concerns there. Partly cloudy, 73 tonight. On our way to a typical Florida, going to warm up today and then some rain. Still got gas in the gas tanks around here. There are some spotty outages, but they're not lasting very long. The tankers are coming in, filling them right back up. So have a safe ride out there, everybody. Okay. Tank checking in from New Mexico this morning. Happy hump day, 54 degrees there. Everybody be safe. Have a great day. Sean checks in from Tifton, Georgia. Justin, hey, from Indianapolis, Steve. Captain Ron back out there, back to work, 72 degrees in Wildwood, Florida this morning. Hello, everybody. Bruce, good morning, Steve, and all the truck drivers. I just want to say thanks for all you do. Pappy, turn on the heat, Steve. Jeez, you're right. Let's see, Marianne, happy Wednesday. Richard, morning from Florida. No rain there yet. Eskimo Mom checking in. Howdy from across the river in Newport, Kentucky on a 3-stop run. I'm back from my staycation, but there's actually a frost advisory at the Home 20 in Western Ohio tonight. Yes, there is. Bidu checking in. Good morning, everybody. Andrew AJ is with us. Morning from Houston, Texas. Yeah, it was good to see you over the weekend there, Andrew. He just popped in. His brother got married over the weekend, and he made a surprise pit stop at the Sommers residence. Let me see here. Unit 64 says, Biden is Jimmy Carter on steroids. By 2024, Americans are going to be ready to elect Trump again. This economy is going to go to hell soon because of Biden's policies. And one more. Monty Python checking in. Good morning, Your Honor. Headed north on I-75, Findlay, Ohio, 44 degrees. Check on some of the others coming down there. And yes, so let's get back to the calls here. Next up, I believe, is old Knucklebuster early in the program tonight. What do you say, Knucklebuster?
Morning, Mr. Steve Sommers. I want to talk about the Hernando de Soto Bridge a little bit there.
Yes, sir.
I got a brother-in-law who drives for FedEx Freight. They sent him from Jackson, Tennessee. Well, he drives from West Memphis, Arkansas, over to Cookville, Tennessee, and then back. And they sent them at Jackson all the way up to Hayti, Missouri there, and then came back down to keep them out of Memphis. I'm assuming they're going to continue to do that every day. I don't know, man. That's 60 miles out of the way, Steve. I run Olive Branch, Mississippi to Dallas, Texas. I don't have any choice but to go right through the middle of it. It took me an hour to go across Crump Boulevard there, which he was talking about people getting, Brain Dead was talking about people getting off on Crump and going straight across. They had a car broke down on that bridge in the left lane, going north on 55. So, I mean, all it takes is one dumbass to run out of gas on the bridge, and that's it. You've got a bigger mess than what you already had there. And talking about having the heat on, it's 55 degrees down here in Little Rock, and I've already got the heat on. I'm ready for that heat wave myself.
Yeah, well, you got to head out west for that. Out of the heat waves neck of the woods, as a matter of fact. That's where the heat is.
Yes, sir. Well, I'm tired of somebody praying for rain. They need to stop. God's answered their prayers, right?
Yeah, several times over.
Yes, sir. All right, we'll call a little bit later on, probably in that loneliest hour of the radio network, right?
It's always appreciated there, Knucklebuster. Thank you so much. Have a good night. All righty, let's jump to... hey, there's Joe checking in this morning. What do you say? Good morning, Joe.
Oh, hello, Steve. How are you doing?
I'm doing just fine. Happy hump day.
Yes, you too. Well, I know yesterday I called in and I talked about a negative experience. And tonight I just wanted to talk a little bit about a positive experience I found out about today.
That's great.
So apparently, I mean, for this whole past year, ever since the pandemic started, I haven't been able to do as much public speaking, because I did autism awareness. And today I found out that they're finally doing, they're having graduations now. And so they're actually allowing people to do graduations. And so I was invited that I'm going to be helping to announce at a graduation and give a speech about it. And so I just thought it was nice, and it kind of feels a little bit more normal now to see stuff like this happen. And it feels, like I said, this whole year I haven't been able to do any public speaking except I've been volunteering at a local store at announcing. But other than that, I used to do all sorts of stuff. And I just thought it was nice. I wanted to share some positivity that it seemed like things were starting to finally get back to normal again. And I know things still aren't perfectly normal, but I just wanted to share some positivity with you and your listeners.
That's great, Joe. You think they're going to make you wear a mask when you do your speech?
I hope not. I don't think so, but you never know how this stuff goes.
Yeah.
But I'm just happy that at least things are starting to look a little bit better now. Thanks for having me on your show, and have a good night.
Thanks for chiming in. Always love a positive experience, right? There you go. I was just kidding with him about the mask. Well, hello, Paul.
Hey, Steve, you know what I'm wondering? Does a horse really have feathers?
Exactly. And remember,
remember
we used to talk
last night at horse feathers. My favorite animal is a horse, and I think it's pretty cool that people come up with all these different handles and, you know, things that are different, and it's kind of cool. I mean, you know, you had Maverick, John the Monkey, Doc Holliday. That's what I love about truck drivers. They got a good, positive attitude about things. And what I wanted to compliment you on tonight, because I used to drive the motor coach across states and, you know, just getting out there. But, you know, it's so important to know about traffic. And I really wish your show very much success, because even though it's the late hours, the guys are out there, they need to stay awake. And I would encourage, you know, people to tell fellow truck drivers about what you do and what you offer. And I'm so happy that you're still able to be on the air and do these things, and we don't always have to talk about politics or things like that. And even like Joe was just saying, you know, there's positive things that are happening. For the tax dollar guy calling in, I heard there was a shortage on ink coming up, and that's why the IRS ain't sending out checks. Now, I don't know if this is really true, but so many things with the fuel and our energy is related to different things that come down to our byproducts and plastics and things like that. I don't know if that's true that checks aren't being sent out because of an ink shortage, but I hope we never have a shortage of your voice on the air, Steve. You have a great night. God bless America.
Thank you so much for checking in there, Paul. Have a great night. You know, I was going to say, remember we used to have snake hips. That was one of the more unique handles. Does a snake have hips? No. You know, sadly, Snake Hips passed away. I think it was 8 or 10 years ago. His son, Snake Hips' son, was quite the accomplished pianist. I mean, playing in things like Carnegie Hall and whatnot. And Snake Hips had sent me one of his CDs many years ago, and I was able to actually get a hold of him via email, asking how his father was, and he said at that point in time, he had just passed away like 2 months earlier. So he was a tanker yanker down south for many, many years. Old Snake Hips. He was maybe he was a good friend with old Chet Atkins. Played the guitar and sat in on sessions with Chet a number of times over the years. All right, got a couple minutes before we hit news update here, top of the hour. So let me see real quick. Let me get to Heat Wave. What's going on?
Yeah, good morning, senor. It's 46 here at the Hacienda in Edgewood, New Mexico. So sitting back, I got some paperwork I got to sign tomorrow from a refinancing of the house. I tell you what, had I been smarter, I would have said, charge me the extra $1,000 for the 3% instead of me going at 5% and working my way down. I think I added $20,000 to the loan just for doing the refinancing. I'm down to 2.25%, so I guess that's good. But damn, hindsight's always 20/20. Hey, anybody traveling through New Mexico, be on the lookout. DOTs there, they were out with full fury earlier today. They're in Utah. The state police were out in full force, and when I got up, we were over in the way station here in US 550, just outside of Bernalillo, New Mexico. They were doing what do they call that, a level 3 inspection on us.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, it's like, damn, so close to home, and yet somebody's got to delay me from getting to the Hacienda. Jeez. I thought that 72-hour thing was last week. But, hey, we got a deal, I think, with all the billions of cicadas coming out. Fly Rod and I, we decided what we ought to do is go ahead and cook them up and use the grease or the oils, and we could use that as the new alternate fuel source. Because we've talked about maybe distilling our fuel, but we figure, we got plenty of sugar, but corn's going to be up in price, so that didn't work out too good. Have our own blend of ethanol, something you could drink and still fly high on in your automobile. But I think that's gone through the roof, price wise. I don't think it's going to work, but we figure if we can get Inbred Redneck to go ahead and invest in our little project there. I mean, after all, he bought into some coins that just don't exist and made money out of thin air. If he needs an investment, we could take a couple of grand and turn it into a couple of grand. So I just want to give a shout out to Joanne and Melvin out there. I know they're riding around somewhere listening to you. And Chevy guy, I sent you the what you need to take care of your issue up there. I unfortunately sent it to Horse Feathers, and I did ask Horse Feathers how he got his name, his handle.
Yeah. And
he said he worked with the horses that had the bigger stock horses that had like the long hair around their ankles and in their hoofs.
Yeah.
And that was considered feathers. So he'll probably call in and correct me on it if I said it wrong, but the hair around from like the Clydesdales.
Like the Clydesdales,
they got the little clump of hair down there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So that's what they considered feathers. And apparently he was working with horses that were the bigger varieties like Clydesdales and whatnot. So that's how he got his handle of Horse Feathers.
Interesting.
So, yeah. So he may call in and correct me on it, but I think that's what he told me that many moons ago. So, anyways, yeah, like I said, I'll be here tomorrow and back on the road Thursday about noon or so. Try to chase that almighty dollar. Like Big Ed said, I'm a Jezebel on the slut for the big bucks, right?
Yes, sir.
All righty, senor, you have yourself a good night.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Thanks for checking in. All righty, there you go. We get a news update here. It's 844-844-3388. Roll it into a Wednesday hump day. That's right. And it's the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hotshot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Tim Berg.
All of the major indexes are finishing the day in the red after a wild session of swings. At the close, the Dow lost 473 points to close at 34,269, the S&P dropping 36, and the NASDAQ falling 12. The White House is continuing to call for a de-escalation of violence between Israel and the Palestinians. During a briefing, White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki condemned the rocket attacks from Hamas and noted Israel has a right to defend itself. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu saying a heavy price will be paid as rockets continue to be fired. The field is set for the 146 Preakness Stakes at Pimlico Racecourse in Baltimore.
Number 3, Medina Spirit.
Kentucky Derby winner Medina Spirit is the 9-5 morning line favorite in Saturday's race. This is USA Radio News.
Billy Gerard here for Ocean Salmon. The new year is on its way and you're making those resolutions. One of yours this year to eat better. And you know what? Salmon should be a part of that. And the best salmon is available delivered to you from our friends at oceansalmon.com. Chilean, farm-raised, sustainably raised in the cold Chilean waters. You know, it's one thing to make a commitment to eat better. The next step in that is knowing where your salmon comes from. The very best salmon comes from Chile, and that is oceansalmon.com. Go right now, oceansalmon.com. Use promo code ROCKSTAR15. You will get an additional pound of salmon, 15% off, and free shipping. Ocean Salmon, OSHENSALMON, oceansalmon.com. Promo code ROCKSTAR15. Free shipping, an additional pound, oh my goodness, and 15% off. Oceansalmon.com, OSHEN salmon.com. That's oceansalmon.com. Promo code ROCKSTAR15. Hurry, supplies are limited.
A large group of bipartisan attorneys generals are blasting a new social media plan.
A group of attorneys general from 44 states have sent a letter to Facebook CEO Mark Zuckerberg, asking him to drop a plan to introduce a version of Instagram designed for children. The letter cites research that showed that social media use could be harmful to children's mental health. The AGs also said that Facebook has a record of failing to protect the safety and privacy of children on its platforms. In a statement, the company responded by saying it had just begun to explore the concept and that it planned on consulting experts in child development, safety, and mental health in developing the app. From the USA Radio News Ohio Bureau, I'm Dan Naraki.
More than 1 million Americans are now signed up for health coverage so far during the special enrollment period. Those sign-ups at healthcare.gov are in addition to the roughly 12 million who bought coverage during the regular enrollment period that ended in December. The special enrollment period runs through August 15th. USA Radio News.
Now you can fly anywhere in the world and pay discount prices on your airline tickets. Book a flight today to London, Paris, Madrid, or anywhere else you want to go and pay a lot less guaranteed. Call the International Travel Department right now at Low Cost Airlines.
800-215-5141. 800-215-5141. That's 800-215-5141.
Discussions continuing over teaching what some consider a controversial theory in schools.
As the Biden administration continues to push critical race theory to our kids in public schools, some are pushing back. Kevin Roberts with the Texas Public Policy Foundation tells Fox News America is constantly evolving to be a better union.
I'm a fifth-generation teacher. I've taught every level of school, from graduate students down to elementary school kids, and I can tell you, regardless of the color of the skin, regardless of where they come from in the United States, all they want to do is understand why this country is the last best hope for the world.
Randy Weingarten with the American Federation of Teachers explains critical race theory.
We should teach history. From the data I see, 1619 was the year that the first slave boat came from Africa to the United States. So that's a point in history that I think we should be teaching.
From the West Coast, USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
An ointment used to treat Kentucky Derby winner Medina Spirit could be the reason for the horse testing positive for drugs. Trainer Bob Baffert releasing a statement saying an antifungal ointment was used to treat some skin irritation after the Santa Anita Derby. Baffert explaining the horse was given the medicine once a day until just before running in the Kentucky Derby. For USA Radio News, I'm Tim Berg.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Live from the Hotshot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
All right, jump right back into it. Hour number 2 on a Wednesday. Hey, it looks like the gang's all here. And there's our special guest, Dean Michael, the tax doctor, joins us this hour. Hello, Dean. How the heck are you?
I'm doing fantastic, brother. Yourself?
I can't complain. Having any trouble finding any fuel down there? Having any trouble finding gas down there, Dean? Or are you guys okay?
It seems to be okay so far, but the price of gas is ridiculous. I think I paid something like $4.49 a gallon the other day.
Really? Wow, that's way that's like California prices. What the?
I know. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. How things been going on your end?
Plugging away, growing the show. Watching the numbers gradually creep higher with each passing day. That's a good thing.
Yeah, that's fantastic. I'm really glad you guys got this thing going. I know a lot of people missed you.
Yeah, no doubt about it. I can't tell you how thankful I am to be back behind the microphone. I didn't know where I was going to go, Dean. Boy, it was scary.
Yeah, well, thank God you're there now. I know a lot of my clients were asking me where you went, what happened. They were all pissed off because of what happened with you over at 700 WLW. And they're asking me, you know anything about Steve? You know where he's going? So I just tried to keep them updated as we go along.
Yeah. Well, thank you very much for helping to pass the word. Well, so
no problem.
Tax time is almost here, right? I mean, we're actually just, a couple of days away. We got a May 15th deadline this year, correct?
17th.
The 17th. Okay.
The 17th. Yeah. So it'll be coming up on Monday.
Because the 15th is on the weekend. I see. So Monday.
Right.
Good deal. All right.
So it'll be on the 17th. Anybody that hasn't filed yet, obviously, you can give us a call, get an extension filed. I won't be able to file your return before then because obviously we get slammed at this time of year, but I can at least get the extensions in on time before time's up.
All right. So you file an extension, and then when when things settle down a little bit, then you can go ahead and start filing for people that want to get it filed.
Exactly. Then it gives you until October. I think it's October 15th, so it gives you plenty of time to get that done. Now, remember, that's only an extension to file. It's not an extension to pay, technically. So if you owe the IRS money, technically you're supposed to pay it when you file the extension, but nobody ever does.
All right, so as we get started, Dean, tonight, for those who may not be familiar, I oftentimes forget to say, you know what, tell people a little bit about who you are and how you got started there and what you specialize in, so we can bring them up to speed that you're actually a qualified individual for them to work with.
All right. Well, I've been doing this for probably over 20 years now, and I specialize in helping people who are in trouble with the IRS, so to speak, or you may have some back tax debt that's owed. If you owe more than $10,000 to them, or you haven't filed for many years, IRS is threatening to levy your bank account or garnish your wages, maybe seize property, or even if that hasn't happened yet, you've been burying your head in the sand, pretending they're going to forget, but they're not going to forget. That's when you need to call me. We contact the IRS on your behalf, hopefully negotiate an agreement with them that is favorable to you, and make things a whole lot better off than what you could have done all on your own.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm sure there's a lot of people out there that have been having this situation hang over their head, kind of like a dark cloud, and this is a time to take advantage of calling in. You can call and have people on standby tonight, as a matter of fact, at 888-557-4020. You call in, we offer a free tax investigation while on Steve's show, which normally costs almost $500. And if you don't know what that is, tax investigation is how we start out every single case, and that's where we contact the IRS on your behalf. We order all the transcripts on your account, find out exactly what's going on, what's been filed, what hasn't been filed, how much you owe, what they plan on doing for collections. We do all that and contact you back, let you know the information that we've obtained from IRS, and go over a step-by-step plan on how to resolve everything. So, like I said, normally we charge almost $500 to do it, but if you call in tonight and say you heard it on Steve's show, we do that absolutely free. So if you've got this hanging over your head for a while, there's no more excuses. You can take advantage of this. No obligation to move forward. If you like what you hear, then obviously we can talk about moving forward at that point.
So again, what's that number to dial up if they need they want to get in contact with you, the director? You've got people there right now, correct?
Yes, they're on standby. It's at 888-557-4020. So if you just have questions, also you can go to taxhelpmd.com, fill out the contact form there. We'll also take care of you in that respect.
Okay. So as we get things started here tonight, what's anything new, changes? What's the big buzz right now in the world of taxes?
The big buzz is the big holdup in getting refunds. The refunds are basically in a stalemate right now. I was starting to wonder if it was just tax returns we were making mistakes on or something. Or maybe they were getting flagged. I was starting to get worried. But after doing further research, I found out everybody's refunds are pretty much getting hung up. You may get lucky and get your refund in a short period of time, but most of the people that I've spoken with, rather than it being your normal 3-week to 6-week period where you get your refund, if you filed electronically and opted to have it, deposited into your account directly from them, it's taking much longer than that. And honestly, we don't have a time frame as to how much longer. But as of about April 30th, there was 17 million individual tax returns that still hadn't been processed. And that's due to the fact, COVID, everything that happened with the IRS at that point. They shut down for so many months. They're working on a skeleton crew right now. They currently have about, I think I said over 4,000 positions available for tax return processors that they still need to fill. So they're working on a shortage of people. They have problems with their equipment there, their printers and copiers and stuff like that. So if you haven't filed your tax return, I strongly advise you not to file it as a paper return. Don't mail it in because it may never, ever get processed. So you definitely want to do it electronically to have a better result.
So I guess part of the delay has also been the IRS has been responsible for sending out the stimulus checks. Yeah, round 1, round 2, round 3. So trying to do all that. I know that you handled, I had not even filed my 2019 or 2020. You got both of those filed at the same time. I think Hope handled that down there. And I actually did get my refund for 2020. I still haven't got 2019. Does that sound like par for the course, the way things are going?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, there's no rhyme or reason behind which one you would have got first. It's just a matter of who gets around to processing one or the other.
Okay. Yeah, even though they were both electronically filed, but it
doesn't matter.
Maybe
doesn't matter. We're talking about government employees basically, and they're, like I said, they're working on a skeleton crew. If I'm not mistaken, that has to be done from the office itself, and a lot of the employees, especially revenue officers and whatnot, they're working from home. A lot of the revenue officers that we're talking to regarding cases, they're all working from home. Nobody's really, management over their head at this point. They're pretty much doing what they want. So that being said, and the fact that there's a shortage of people, there's not going to be any type of equation or any way we can make them work faster. Unfortunately, we're at their mercy at this point.
Well, it's confusing to me how they could actually even work from home when you're dealing. I guess if they electronically file, they just get a download of certain files to go through on any given day, kind of thing. I'm guessing.
I know, and they're assigning revenue officers to cases that normally a revenue officer wouldn't be assigned to a case unless you owed $100,000 to the IRS. And recently, we've been running into cases where a revenue officer has been assigned when they only owe $10,000 or $13,000, some small, ridiculous amount. Where normally it would take us, an hour or two to get something set up on it. And when a revenue officer is assigned, it just makes everything way more complicated than it needs to be. And now these revenue officers are working from home, which I think is kind of odd because, now they have all your personal information they got at home now. That to me doesn't seem quite right, but I guess they're going to do what they're going to do anyways. And the revenue officers are taking their sweet time to process anything that you give to them. They're hard hitting, coming after you fast. They want this, that, and the other. They want financials. They want to know where the taxpayer stands at this point, their ability to pay, and all that. And you have to provide all these documents. and then they just sit on their butt, take their sweet old time to process them, and it's just a long waiting game, no matter what avenue you're looking at.
Yeah. Well, as always, Dean's hanging out with us a bit here. He can take your calls on this end. Our number, of course, is 844-3388. Yeah, now, general tax questions, sometimes Dean can answer, sometimes maybe not. Yeah, questions about not having filed and things of that nature. And maybe if you've got like a tax lien, or you say they actually even can they freeze your bank accounts and things like that, Dean?
Oh yeah, they can levy your bank accounts, garnish your wages, take a percentage of your Social Security. They can do any type of enforced collection. So if you're looking at any of that, or you haven't filed for many years, you kind of have your head buried in the sand, that's when you can call me. And that's what I specialize in handling. I negotiate with them in your behalf.
Mm-hmm. So why is it better?
So if you have any questions regarding that, that's where I will specialize in.
Why is it better to go through a professional versus trying to just call the IRS? I mean, are they? You're talking about lack of staff. Are they even answering the phone if you try to call them?
Most of the people that I talk to, and a lot of the clients that I have recently acquired, tried to call the IRS themselves and couldn't get through. They couldn't get through at all. And we have a separate hotline that we call as practitioners, so we're able to get through, although it's still kind of a scarcity. The people that are there are all new people. We were asking a while back, before this COVID stuff happened, it was kind of getting scarce before then. We were wondering why, a lot of the people working really didn't know what was going on, or the guidelines and the parameters that IRS needs to stand by. And one of the old revenue officers told us that most of the people that knew what they were doing had already retired. So a lot of the employees there are called green peas, as you call new people, and they don't know what's going on at this point. So if you're looking for answers from them, you're really going on a wish and a prayer.
That makes sense. All right. Again, so it's 844-3388. I don't know. It's been it's been a few years since you talked to this guy, Dean, but do you remember Lone Ranger?
I remember the name.
Lone Ranger.
Dean, how are you? Hey, what's going on?
Hello, brother.
Dean, I was shocked to hear that there are some incompetent people working for the government. I've never heard that in my life.
It's amazing, isn't it?
I have a question for you, and then I'd like to have your opinion on something.
All right.
If you call the IRS and get through and you tell them you're here illegally, would you get your refund check any quicker?
You got me on that, brother. I know
I think the illegals are getting their money. Yeah. The illegals are getting their money promptly. The $15,000 you can get in, if you make it up to New York, take a bus up to New York from the Rio Grande River.
Yeah.
With the river water still dripping off you can get your $15,000 right on the spot.
I know like they're processing the minorities and the women-owned businesses right now for Paycheck Protection Program loans. I know that. I don't know anything about what you just mentioned.
Yeah, in fact, it's funny you bring that up because I saw that the minority farmers are getting bailed out, but the white guys just have to sit back and do okay on their own. But there's a farmer in Iowa who's actually suing over that because it's absolute discrimination, no question about it. But I'd like to have your opinion on something.
Mm-hmm.
I sat in a gas line today for the first time since the 1970s. And it was a couple in an SUV. They were filling up probably, I don't know, maybe 8 or 10 5-gallon cans, putting them in the back. And then I saw a picture on Facebook of a guy filling up one of those 275-gallon farm containers that they use for fertilizer and whatnot. Big plastic container with a metal frame around it. So if there wasn't a shortage, all the panic-stricken people are going to run out and create one, just like the toilet paper. They panic buy. Right. But my question for you, since you're dealing with money all the time, we're obviously involved with inflation right now. Of course. From what I understand, inflation usually leads to recession because people, when an item gets to a certain cost, and I'll use plywood as an example, 2x4 used to be $2, now it's $8.
I just experienced that myself, building a gazebo in the backyard, yes.
Well, I had a guy try to trade me 2 sheets of plywood for a Corvette. What do you think of that? So anyway, with everything getting so high, it's going to get to the point where people just say, "The hell with it." You know, let's say a guy buying a new house.
Mm-hmm.
They said the average new home costs $19,000 more to build because just of the cost of lumber.
I heard it was
Some people might
36,000.
just-
Yeah, something like that, somewhere around.
Oh,
there.
that's right. You're correct. You're correct. That's right. I'm wrong.
Right.
Now, when it gets so bad, the people just say, "Screw it, I'm not buying it." That kind of is what leads into a recession because people have just had enough. And I heard the other day that for every penny that a gallon of gas goes up, $1 billion doesn't go into the economy because that $1 billion comes out of America's pockets and goes to the oil companies. So it's a downhill slide that we're on. But do you think, since you deal with money, do you think that we are going to wind up in a recession with these crazy prices the way they're going?
You know, they always say there's going to be some type of bubble bursting, but and I don't claim to be an expert in anything, but when this mindless suit came into presidency, I've been scared ever since. So honestly, I certainly hope not, but I don't see us doing any better anytime in the near future based on what I've seen already. I mean, everything seems to be just getting worse right from the get-go. So I don't know why everyone was picking on Trump because, you know, I bet the gentleman said earlier, I heard on the show that they'll be happy to bring him back after 4 years is up. So I know I'll be happy to bring him back after 4 years is up already. I'm already sick of what's going on.
I'm curious if we're going to make it 4 years because we've been on a rapid downhill slide, and this is crazy. Everybody I talk to is totally disgusted. I haven't seen one comment.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I haven't seen one comment on Facebook from anybody who voted for Biden who's talking about his accomplishments and how great they are. Not one, not even one. So I think even the people that voted for him are having some buyer's remorse. But I'm just a little bit nervous about where we're headed here because now people can't get to work in the South. They can't buy gas. I mean, I remember this gas lines back in the 70s. There was people getting shot, getting beat up, and fighting over who's in line. And what a nightmare we have here. But anyway, thanks for what you've been doing for 20 years, and obviously you're doing a great job because you're still doing it. So you've pretty much got yourself established, and I think anybody needs any help should be calling you because you're already a proven commodity. So good talking to you. And I
appreciate that, brother. Thank you.
Go back and hit the sack because I'm a daytime guy, and we'll see you later on. Take care.
Hey,
thanks. Good night.
Thanks for checking in, Ranger. Give us a call back more often, right? Yeah, because he pretty much retired several years ago and got off the road. Now he's just doing the car collecting thing.
Okay. I hadn't heard that name in a while.
Yeah, he said gets those antique cars, and he'll drive halfway across the country to get a car.
Really?
And yeah, that's his little passion, going to the car shows and whatnot. How about you? You still doing the speed demon thing?
Yeah, I mean, I got. I'm sad to say, but I think I got 4 or 5 tickets in the last couple of months. So nothing to be proud of, but I just seem to be in the wrong place at the wrong time. I actually got a ticket for what is it called? For not moving over. There was a cop that had pulled somebody over on the side of the road. I went by them like normal, not speeding or anything, and next thing you know, I'm getting pulled over. And he goes, "You ever hear the move over law?"
Yeah.
No, I did. I had no idea. Apparently, you're supposed to move over, another lane or two from them and do like half the speed limit while you go by them and let them do their job. And I had no clue about that.
If you can't...
Yet when I got my registration this year, I looked at the paperwork and it said move over right on it. So what a coincidence that I got a ticket for that and then it came in the registration.
If you can't move over to at least a lane away from them, you've got to slow down at least 20 miles per hour below the posted speed limit. That's the move over.
That what it is?
Yeah. So if you were in a 55...
Yeah, I had no clue. I had to have him explain it to me.
Okay. That's the hard way to learn, Dean. Jeez.
Yeah, I know. You would think he would give me a break when I told him I didn't know about it, but no, he didn't think that was a good idea.
Ignorance of the law is no excuse, sometimes they say, right?
Yeah. I hear you.
Let me see here. Got a couple minutes before we hit our bottom of the hour news break. Let's get back to, I believe we've got Pete on the line. What do you say, Pete?
Hello. Yeah, this is Pigpen. I didn't have a tax question, though, so if you want me to, I can call back or whatever.
It's all good.
Go ahead. What's your question, Pete?
Oh, okay. I'm just sorry, I'm nervous. I'm just glad that you're back, and I discovered you about a week ago, and I've been trying to catch up on all your episodes there, and it's going to take me a while, I think.
Right, yeah.
But, I was wondering now if you going to be on Sirius XM, or did that ever pan out on that one?
Those things are in the works, in the plan. And I don't know how long it'll take, but yeah, that's the ultimate goal is to get us back there. I was talking to Chris Gabrelchik, of course, with Hot Shot Secret. He was he actually got into the studio, the secret bunker, for the first time this past Friday morning on the show. And, everything takes time, but yeah, he's planning on he wants to make this grow into, in his words, the biggest truck show ever.
Oh, man, yeah. Well, I wouldn't argue with that because other than your dad, I'll tell you what, you're a very close second on that, in my opinion. And I was wondering if y'all still giving away those Hot Shot Secret samples.
Oh, yeah, since you are a first-time caller, Pete, right? What I can do is I can take down...
Second time, but it's been about 8 years or something, so, yeah.
Well, this first-time caller on our new venue here, right?
Right, of course, yes.
All right, so I'm jotting your phone number down.
I would love to try that.
I got your phone number down here. You're on a smartphone, a cell phone, right?
Yeah.
So you would be able to get a text message. I will send your number to Kyle, and they'll text you a code, and you'll be able to go to the Hot Shot Secret website and get $60 of whatever you want. How's that sound?
Oh, man, that sounds great. I've got an old Nissan pickup I'm having trouble with. I'm hoping that'll help it out or something. So
I'm pretty sure they'll fix you up, get you some stiction eliminator, and maybe the gasoline extreme to clean everything out.
Yeah, most definitely. Just one more thing. You probably heard about what's going on over there in Israel. I just want to ask all Christians out there to pray for Israel because, that's God's country right there. And that should be our duty as Christians.
Very good. Yes, it's the situation. It's so cyclical. Yeah, things calm down for a while. And it seems like, all right, everybody's getting along, but no, it's just really what you're doing is Iran is supplying Hamas and restocking them with rockets and missiles, and they give them a few years, and then when they've got several thousand all in place, it all starts over again. I think the headline was in excess of 700 rockets were lobbed into Israel this past day. The Iron Dome defense system is overwhelmed with the sheer number of rockets that are being launched, and the death toll continues to grow there. So, yeah, a prayer for our friends there in Israel. All right, Dean, let's get a quick time out here. We'll get our news break, and we got several other callers. You want to jump on board? Questions for Dean. He's here for you. Tax questions, it's 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
The CDC says that the U.S. has seen a consistent downward trend in COVID cases over the last few months. CDC Director Dr. Rochelle Walensky said during a Senate hearing on Tuesday that average daily cases and deaths have fallen by more than 70% since January. On Monday, the average new cases per day fell below 40,000 for the first time since September. Dr. Amesh Adalja says cases will become more rare as more people become fully vaccinated. The infectious disease expert with Johns Hopkins University tells CBS News that the U.S. is seeing the same trends experienced by highly vaccinated countries.
When you look at countries that are highly vaccinated, like Israel, when they crossed about 40% of their population fully vaccinated, they basically saw cases plummet, and the cases have not come back up, even in the face of more worrisome variants. So I do think as we close in on 40%, and I think we're around 33% or so, we will likely see this trajectory continue.
This is USA Radio News.
What kind of career are you looking for? Do you dream of using your creative talents in the movie business? How about the advertising world? Or would you rather work in fashion? At Academy of Art University, we can help you get the art and design skills and experiences that employers want. Hundreds of top companies in the Bay Area and around the world have hired graduates from the Academy. You'll be trained by professional faculty members that have worked in the industry, so your education is practical and focused on what real-world companies want. You can get your degree at our San Francisco campus or anywhere online. Do what you want to do with your life. Call right now to get more information.
800-811-7913. 800-811-7913. 800-811-7913. That's 800-811-7913.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you tired of those tax problems following you around like a dark cloud, always in the back of your mind, losing sleep at night? Call me now and get your life back. 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Pretending they're not there won't make them go away. The IRS isn't going to forget. They will levy your bank account and garnish your wages. Don't wait for that to happen. I'm not telling you these things to scare you. I'm telling you so you can benefit from my years of experience. Now is the time to act. 888-632-4506.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois. Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Getting a good night's sleep while on that long haul can be quite the challenge. That's why Commercial Vehicle Group has partnered with Serta Mattress to bring you the Bostrom plus Serta mattress for the best night's sleep possible while you're on the road. The Bostrom plus Serta mattress, manufactured with Serta's patented Cool Gel memory foam, acts to dissipate body heat and eliminate pressure points, which reduces the tossing and turning that can be so disruptive to your sleep. The Bostrom Serta mattress comes in two thicknesses, 7 and 10 inches, offering support to drivers of all shapes and sizes. The mattress comes in the standard 80-inch length with 4 widths, 32, 36, 39, and 42 inches. For more information on the mattress or where to buy, call us at 800-459-7328. That's 800-459-7328.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Fuel additives.
most fuel additives either impact performance or provide protection. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and fuel system protection. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the Smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Yes, it is, and good to have you with us here on a Wednesday morning. Dean Michael is the tax doctor joining us here as we roll into midweek, and the tax deadline looms coming up Monday. Again, if you just joined us, Dean specializing in helping people that maybe have not filed taxes. If it isn't this year, maybe 2 years. Some people go 5 and 8 and 10 years without filing. The IRS seems like it takes them typically a couple of years to catch up with you, but they will eventually catch on to the fact that you have not been filing. Correct, Dean?
Definitely. If you're a 1099 income earner, meaning you don't take any taxes out of your check, the company that you're working for doesn't take any taxes out of your check. IRS will take about 2 to 3 years down the road before they finally figure out that you haven't filed a tax return and you probably owe them money. And in that case, they'll go ahead and file for you. It's called a substitute filed return, or short is an SFR. When they file for you, they don't file in your favor. They'll file you in the highest tax bracket possible, add on a whole bunch of penalties and assessments. They don't take into consideration any write-offs or deductions or exemptions. And they come up with this big erroneous figure they claim that you owe. And unfortunately, you actually owe that amount until you prove them wrong. So it's best not to wait until that point. If you're a W-2 wage earner and you don't file and they owe you money, they're not going to take the time to file the tax return for you. It's funny how that works, but obviously, if they owe you money, they're not going to file it for you and get you your refund.
And if you haven't filed, and if you're like the most people, myself included, not the best at maintaining documents and things of that nature. If I had to dig up a W-2 from a few years ago, and I'd have a hard time finding it. And a lot of times, if you try to go back to your employer at the time, they may not be able to help you. What do you do in that situation? You're almost screwed, aren't you?
Yeah, or they may not even be in business anymore. That happens a lot as well. But that's a lot of what we're talking about with this tax investigation that I'm offering to people that are in trouble right now. If you call in tonight at the 888-557-4020, we'll do the tax investigation. And with that investigation, we'll be able to get you all of the W-2s and 1099s that were reported in your name for any of the years that you haven't filed. Now, that's prior to this year, because I won't be able to get all of the information on this year until about June or July. That's when normally when they have their system updated. This year may not be updated that quickly.
Because everything's running behind. All right, let's get back to our listening friends out there wanting to speak to Dean Michael. It's 844-844-3388. But is it Michelle? Is that correct?
Yes, it's Michelle.
Hi, Michelle.
Hi. I was just calling to say, how are you, Dean?
I'm doing well. And how about yourself?
I'm good. So I wanted to thank you for helping me with the taxes. Like last year, the year before, it was great. And I was wondering about the tax investigation.
Mm-hmm.
And how that works.
Is there an issue that you're having right now with the IRS at all?
Yeah, there's an issue.
What's that?
I have unpaid taxes a little bit, so I'm not sure how this works.
All you do is you just call us tonight at the 888-557-4020. We have some people on standby right now. You'll just give them some basic information, your name, phone number, date of birth, what have you, your address. We'll send you out some forms that you need to sign, via 2848 and 8821. We'll send you that via email. You simply send those back, and we'll have the information from the IRS for you within generally 48 to 72 hours. And I will call you back personally, go over the information that we've obtained, and discuss what options are available to you for a resolution.
That would be great.
All right.
Do you have any idea how much?
Any other questions?
How far behind are you, Michelle? Do you know? Are you getting like bills and whatnot, big bills, or is it just a little bit? Or
Not that far. Not too far behind. No, just a few years.
A few years? I mean, have you filed those years or no?
No, I did not.
Okay, so you're a prime candidate then. Yeah, Dean would be able to find out what you've got going on then.
Right. Yeah.
Well, I'll be definitely happy to help, darling. Do you have any other questions?
I don't. No. Thank you.
Okay. Did you get that phone number? Did you get the number to call, Michelle?
I did.
Okay, you got it? All right, very good. Well, thank you for listening, Michelle, and I hope they can help you out. And maybe one of these days when Dean's on with it, you can call and say, thank you so much for getting me out of so much trouble. You know what I mean? All right, yeah, so she hasn't filed it. That's exactly who you're talking about, right? People that find themselves behind and they don't know what they owe. And well, let's see, Ranger Jack. Hi there.
Well, good morning, Steve, and good morning, Dean.
Good morning.
Appreciate you supporting the King of Overnight Trucking Radio. The last caller, Pete, he said he's about second, but Steve's up there. He's number one. And
I believe the same thing.
Yeah, we thank you for supporting them and being back of them, and XM radio, every time we don't have it in our one vehicle, and so they got us. They call us all the time, wanting to know if we want to get XM radio. And I always tell them, well, when you get Steve Sommers Overnight Drive one, we'll take you up on your offer.
Yeah,
they're here. Believe me, if everybody else is, they're calling, wanting them to sign up for the XM radio, would do the same thing. I think that'll help a little bit, but we're out there trying to get you on there, Steve.
I appreciate that, Ranger Jack. Maybe they hear that enough. Yeah,
we got a fantastic. Is still there?
Yeah, we got you.
Yeah, we got a fantastic person doing our taxes and everything. If something ever happens to them, we'll be getting a hold of Steve or getting a hold of Dean.
Yep.
Thank you very much.
Brother.
You guys have a good evening.
All right. Tell Lucky Penny we said hello. You remember Ranger Jack? You met him on the cruise, I believe, Dean.
Oh, really?
That was Ranger Jack and Lucky Penny. She was the real bright personality. Remember her? Yeah,
I met a lot of people on that cruise. They were really nice people. That was a great time.
They're still out there on the road doing what they do. So, all right. Well, there's a name you probably recognize. Hello, Monkey Gouger.
Well, how y'all doing tonight?
Doing
in
well.
The secret bunker.
Good.
Well, you ain't gonna believe what I got on tonight. And I got a bunch of questions for the tax doctor.
Okay.
Uh-oh.
I got 44,000 pounds of that premium Bud Light beer on, baby.
Oh, boy.
I've been in redneck heaven. Oh, and not a drop to drink. They wouldn't even give you a sample of nothing around there, that tightwad.
Huh.
But, Dean, I got a couple questions for you, but first thing I want to know, last year we had this contest to get this here drone away. Who won that damn drone?
Hell, I don't know. You got me, brother.
Did you get the drone away yet?
I don't even remember.
Because I'm gonna tell you, I worked very hard getting all my fan base to call out there, and I said, ask them questions. You're gonna tell a monkey guy just sent you. They said, what you behind? I said, don't you worry about what I'm up to. You just go ahead and just tell a monkey guy just sent you. That's all we got to do. But,
yeah, I honestly don't even recall, to be honest with you. That would have been something the wife would have handled.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, you need to tell the wife that she didn't give it to me. She's on my A list.
All right. All right.
But the question I got for you is these PPP laws, the payroll protection plan laws going out where they allowing you, forgiveness and all that. Now, how will that affect your taxes in 2022 or 21?
If it's forgiven, I don't think it's going to have any effect whatsoever.
So, in other words, we ain't got nothing to worry about.
As far as I know at this point, no. Now, the second one, if it's not forgiven, you may have some tax on that, but I honestly don't know. It's too new to find out. And I can tell you this, that if there are people or owner operators out there, you have companies that are set up and you have a business bank account, and if you haven't taken advantage of the PPP loan, the Paycheck Protection Loan, you can give me a call. I've been helping people get those done, and it can range anywhere between $8,000 to $50,000, even more. So you give me a call, I'll walk you through that stuff, and all I do is I just charge a minor fee to get that taken care of. I don't charge you anything if I don't get you a loan. So I just have a small percentage if you actually get funded. So
and if y'all call out and talk to him, be sure and tell him Monkey Guy just sent you now, okay?
There you go. There you go.
Well, Steve, Dean, I'm gonna get out of the way. I'm gonna call Steve back later on tonight, but I just wanted to ask that one question because I did get it, and it's out there for you to get. And you might as well get it, because if you ain't, they're gonna give it to some foreigner. So
there you go.
Go ahead, sign up for that money and get it. It's a pretty good deal, and mine got forgiven, and so I was glad of that. So we're gonna jump on out of here. Steve, I'll call you back later. Dean, it was great talking to you. Want to thank you for sponsoring the show, because we really appreciate you helping our buddy out there.
Hey, I'll follow Steve wherever he goes.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Monkey Gouger.
All righty then.
Very good. All right, we got a couple lines available. It's 844-844-3388. Next up, Jerry, I believe it is. Good morning, Jerry.
Good morning, Steve. Again, I'll echo what the Monkey Gouger just said about the tax doctor and the backing of this program. It's excellent. Appreciate you doing it.
I'm glad to be here, man. Thank you so much.
And so if I can tell you, I have a delivery, mainly title companies. I've had it since 2005. And probably on an average, I don't make a lot of money in it. It's right around, I'd say on average, about $30,000 a year. And I don't keep any gas receipts. I do my own oil changes. I buy my tires and put them on myself. And come last year, I do have sheets where I have people sign where I deliver my title documents. So come last year, we got something from the IRS for, I think it was the year of 2018, that they wanted the mileage documented with, I guess, the receipts. And my only receipts like what I have the sheets. So they came back saying I owed, and again, $30,000 is what I make tops. I owe $12,000 to the IRS. And I responded and I said, what do I do? I mean, I'm low-hanging fruit here. What are you doing to me? And so I don't know if I need to go back, because if I need to say something to them, and if I do open that up, that they'll go back further, where all again is have my sheets showing that I have driven all these miles, or made all these deliveries, I should say. And the car mileage, the different cars I've used over the years. Do I just maybe, and half of that is a penalty of 40%. So do I just eat the $6,000 possibly and say, hey, look, I'll give you $6,000 in hopes that they don't go back further?
No, that's definitely not what you want to do.
Because they have just zeroed out my miles for that year in total. Any suggestions on what I should do?
Yeah, if you accept their determination, they're automatically going to look at 2 more years. It's an automatic. It's an audit, basically an audit. So if you accept the determination, they're going to look at 2 more years. They can go 2 years prior, 2 years after, but it's an automatic. They're going to automatically do that, and you're going to end up in the same situation again. So definitely don't accept that determination. A lot of times when they're asking for proof of mileage, when you're doing a job like that, they want to see some type of log that you're keeping, a journal, so to speak, of where you're going, how many miles were actually business, how many miles were personal. And at first, a few years back, they were accepting that just in a handwritten form in a regular journal. Now they wanted an Excel spreadsheet, all spelled out, which seems kind of ridiculous. And then after that, after they wanted the Excel spreadsheet, I started sending those in when we ran across that problem, and that wasn't good enough. Then they wanted to see that the mileage was actually shown from a repair shop or where you changed your oil, where it kept, on the receipt, the mileage
Correct.
that you actually had. And that's what they're calling up. Yep.
So what happened as far as if I can just ask another question or two, the Excel spreadsheet, my wife sat down, we went through 1 year of these sheets that I have, and we did mileage on each individual thing. And so what happened, she put in error one day of 1,200 miles in one day and 800 the next. So that must have prompted them. And that's what came back. So there's no way that you could do that, which I agree, but we didn't do it. It was an error. And so again, that's so they've just basically zeroed out everything. I'm stuck. I don't know what to do.
You can do what's called an audit reconsideration and open the audit back up.
And I just I just get a hold of the person who's doing this audit, and that's what we want.
Normally, once they've already made a determination, zeroed it out, another auditor will be assigned that on the audit reconsideration. So hopefully it's not the same auditor, and one may be more forgiving than the other. So it's up to the revenue agent, that's what they call them, revenue agents that do the audits, whether or not they want to accept it. And you can fight it and go above their head as well to taxpayer advocate if you don't have a favorable outcome, or you really don't owe enough money to call me, obviously, but it's only $3,000, $6,000, something like that. So
they say it's 12,000, 6,000 of penalties.
Oh, okay, all right. Well, you can also give us a call and we can fight it for you. Either way, but inevitably, it's probably going to end up going to taxpayer advocate, which is a third-party review board, a mediator, so to speak, between the taxpayer and the IRS, and it's a long, drawn-out process, but inevitably that'd probably be your best avenue if you can't get them to agree on the outcome that's fair.
These IRS guys, they just go after like I said, the low-hanging fruit, don't they?
And they go after the people that pay. That's the ridiculous part. There's a lot of criminals out there that aren't paying jack that they leave alone because they know they can't get the money out of them. And they go after the taxpayers that they've been paying. They know it's an easy target because we actually care about, our future and our income. And we don't want it to be hurt any more than it already is by them. So that's why they come after us.
I am 62 years old. I'm not a rich guy. And I'm just out here just making my bills and doing the right thing. And this is what they give you.
Yep, exactly. I firmly agree. I concur, as they say to the doctor.
Well, thank you guys. And God bless you both.
All right.
God bless you too, brother.
Thanks for listening in, Jerry. I hope that all works out. Yeah, someone called the other night asking did they hear correctly that the new administration's looking to fund the IRS to go hot and heavy collecting taxes because there's something like $2 trillion in taxes owed by people out there. Have you heard anything about that, Dean?
Yeah, I did. I heard about that as well. I mean, obviously, we know who to thank for that, right? The new guy in office. But I did hear something about that. They're actually going to start enforcing pretty hard. So right now, I don't see how they're going to with a limited staff, but they have the automated collection systems, which comes out and it's all computer programmed, and they're still sending out the nasty letters. It's just taking them longer to get around to actually enforcing them, but they are.
And I'm trying to recall, was there something where they starting to use like third-party collections or no?
They are using a third-party collection agency, much like the states do already. But when the state sends it to a collection agency, it then becomes the collection agency's debt. And then you don't have the same type of hardship programs that you would if it stayed with the state. So when that happens, sometimes we have to fight to get it go back to the state attorney general or the State Department of Revenue. in order to take advantage of the hardship programs. And with the IRS, so far as I know, our dealings have been with the collection agencies that are just using those for telemarketing purposes. They don't actually take over the entire debt so far. I mean, from what I've seen. If it's something different, then I'm sorry for misquoting, but my experience has been when we contacted the collection agency, the IRS still has the debt, but IRS does not call people. They generally don't do that unless you have a revenue officer that's assigned to your case. Then that individual will call you, because then you have your own personal collection agent assigned to your case to collect as much money as they possibly can. But if you're in the general population at the IRS using a prison term, they use ACS, automated collection systems, which is much different. So I would say that we're probably going to be looking at a much stiffer collection agency coming up soon, probably to make up for all the money Biden's blowing for us. That's what I think.
Yeah. That's big bucks. Yeah, what's another trillion, Dean? What the hell?
Yeah, no big deal. We can just print it out, right?
Yep. Let me see here. Steve, what's going on this morning?
Hey, Steve, can you give me about 10 minutes?
I certainly can.
Take the next caller.
Let me put you...
Yeah, can you do...
Yep, not a problem. There's a little button here that says return to queue. That means you're back in line. Okay. Horse Feathers, hey there.
Yeah, morning again, Your Honor. Appreciate you getting me on. Morning, Dean. Good to talk to you. Glad you made it through to another year here of tax season and on the air with Steve and keeping Steve on the air, as everybody else has said there. Greatly appreciate that.
Good to hear your voice, brother. How you been?
Been doing well. So we're doing kind of all right with ourselves, but I got an in-law situation that they have some property, they have some livestock. There was a death of the major breadwinner, and over the past few years, things are behind. And as you say in your ads, about kind of not wanting to face it. Not, I don't know if it's really putting their head in the sand or what, but is there a way to try to convince somebody like that to try to look and try to get out of that situation? It's a, they keep it's a little bit of a denial thing, and I think a little bit of a fear thing, and I think, as you say, a little bit of embarrassment. And I just was wondering if you had experience with people in that situation. If there's a way I can go about kind of tactfully saying, because normally, me being the truck driver I am, I open mouth and insert foot pretty deep, and I don't know, shoe leather.
Well, welcome to my world. That's what my life is about. Trying to explain to people, especially the ones that are just starting to maybe see some trouble down the road, that haven't actually experienced the vengeance of the IRS, so to speak. And it's very hard to convince anybody, and that's been my life experience over the last 20 years, trying to explain to them that something is going to happen if you don't do anything about it. I did a YouTube video about this, explaining that it's definitely not something to be embarrassed about. 1 out of every 3 people in our country have a tax problem, so you're not alone. I got in this business because I had a tax problem many years ago, and that's when the light bulb went off in my head that I couldn't be the only dummy making these types of mistakes. And when I did the research, I found out that there was 1 out of 3 people back then. There's still 1 out of 3 people now that are in trouble with the IRS. And that's when I surrounded myself with CPAs, enrolled agents, tax attorneys, learned everything about the business. Now obviously I train those people how to do this, but it's not something to be embarrassed or ashamed about. People don't get in this situation because they wake up in the morning and say, hey, I'm going to go get in trouble with the IRS. It's always something like, a divorce, a death in the family, illness, some type of situation that caused them to get in this problem. So as far as explaining to them and trying to make them understand, until they're ready to understand it on their own and comes to a realization, generally it's always the IRS that makes them that scared, So that's why I end up getting clients after they've already sent those mean and nasty letters to them. And that's when it ends up costing more for them in the long run. But you might want to explain to them that it'll cost a lot less to step up to the plate, swing the bat, and get it taken care of now rather than waiting until they're in the collections department at the IRS. Because then it costs a heck of a lot more to prevent the enforced collections from happening, get the holds, and everything else that's involved. So if they want to save money in the long run, definitely take care of it now. Give us a call. Tell them to call the 800 number I gave tonight, the 888-557-4020. Say that they heard me on Steve Summers. We'll do it absolutely free. The tax investigation. So there's no obligation to them at all. They don't have to sign up or anything. We'll get all the information from IRS, explain to them their options, and if they want to move forward, they can.
All right, well, I'll do that. And I have looked at a couple of your YouTube videos, and I'm trying to pass them along. And I kind of, as I say, I'm doing it kind of lightly through a couple other family members, and hopefully I can get through. And because they don't have a lot of money, they're in one of the high tax states as is. The state income tax is terrible, and property tax is terrible, and I don't want to see them lose what little bit they have left, because as I say, with the death in the family, I mean that there was a trucking business involved, and things are just in a big debacle, and I can only say so much because I'm not immediate family, so I'm trying to tread lightly and not get myself in too much trouble on my own here either. So, but anyway, so I greatly appreciate that, Dean, and I'll pass along all the information I can, and I greatly appreciate you explaining how that kind of all works there. So maybe that'll help somebody else too. So other than that, we'll look forward to, hey, maybe we'll see you on another cruise if we can ever cruise again.
Definitely. Look forward to it, brother.
Thank you, Horse Feathers, and hopefully they get that all worked out. All right, top of the hour, we get a news update here. Lines available. Dean's got a little more time to spend with us, and it's 844-844-3388. Not often do you get a chance to speak to a tax expert for free. Tonight's your opportunity. It's the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hotshot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
The CDC says that the U.S. has seen a consistent downward trend in COVID cases over the last few months. CDC Director Dr. Rochelle Walensky said during a Senate hearing on Tuesday that average daily cases and deaths have fallen by more than 70% since January. On Monday, the average new cases per day fell below 40,000 for the first time since September. Dr. Amesh Adalja says cases will become more rare as more people become fully vaccinated. The infectious disease expert with Johns Hopkins University tells CBS News that the U.S. is seeing the same trends experienced by highly vaccinated countries.
When you look at countries that are highly vaccinated, like Israel, when they crossed about 40% of their population fully vaccinated, they basically saw cases plummet, and the cases have not come back up, even in the face of more worrisome variants. So I do think as we close in on 40%, and I think we're around 33% or so, we will likely see this trajectory continue.
This is USA Radio News.
Friends, Mike Lindell is a great supporter of conservative radio, but most of all, he's a man who has invented a great USA product that will help you get a great night's sleep. For over 3 years, I've told you how the MyPillow Premium Pillow has changed my life. I get the best sleep of my life. But more importantly, the pillows don't go flat. You can wash them and dry them as many times as you want. They maintain their shape, and they are made in the USA. Here's the best deal you'll ever get on a MyPillow Premium Pillow. $29.98 for a standard or queen size pillow. King size only $5 more. You're saving $40. Go to mypillow.com, click on the radio listener square, use my promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175. You can save up to 60% on any MyPillow product when you use my promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175 and ask for the MyPillow Premium Pillow Special.
Violence continues to escalate in Israel as Hamas militants fired rockets at Tel Aviv from Gaza Tuesday, with Israeli defense forces responding with airstrikes. At least 30 people have been killed in the exchanges. Former U.S. Ambassador to Israel Martin Indyk believes tensions will continue to escalate. He tells CNBC that Israel will do what it feels it needs to in order to get Hamas to stop firing rockets at Israeli cities.
The Israelis are seeking now to try to reestablish the deterrence that they had that lasted for about 6 years. And prevented these rocket attacks, for the most part, from landing on Israeli cities. And they won't be content to call this off until they've inflicted enough pain on Hamas to get them to stop that rocket fire. Hamas, on the other hand, is going to respond by attacking Israeli cities indiscriminately with these rockets to try to show that they will not be deterred by Israel and to champion the Palestinian cause.
You're listening to USA Radio News.
Hi, this is Dr. Joel Wallach, and I want to tell you that arthritis is not a genetic thing. It's not a disease of aging. Neither is osteoporosis. Get a hold of my book. It's all in your head. It goes into the 25 different diseases you get when you have osteoporosis of the skull. These are all reversible. You take the Healthy Bone and Joint Pack, the MSM, vitamin D3, stay away from all the bad foods, including gluten, and guess what? You'll regrow all your bones, including your skull and your legs and your hips and everything else. Contact us at usaradiohealth.com. That's usaradiohealth.com.
Some are condemning the Biden administration for failing to name an ambassador to Israel who could have been able to diffuse tensions in the Middle East before all the violence erupted. John Clemens reports.
State Department spokesman Ned Price was questioned about at least a special envoy for the troubled region to promote the administration's call for a two-state solution.
It would preserve Israel's identity as a Jewish and democratic state. It would fulfill the legitimate aspirations of the Palestinian people for sovereignty and dignity in a state of their own.
Hamas would not be part of that proposal.
Our policy vis-a-vis Hamas is very clear. Hamas is a foreign terrorist organization, and it will be treated as such.
From the USA Radio News Texas Bureau, I'm John Clemens.
And the winner of the Kentucky Derby will be allowed to run for the second jewel in the Triple Crown. Officials for the Preakness Stakes announced Tuesday they would allow Medina Spirit to run in Saturday's race after a failed drug test following the Derby. The horse's trainer, Bob Baffert, reached an agreement with race officials that allows for extra drug testing of Medina Spirit and the two other Baffert-trained horses entered in races at Pimlico this weekend. Medina Spirit is the morning line favorite to take Saturday's Preakness Stakes, drawing the number 3 post for the 10-horse race. And actor Norman Lloyd, best known for roles in TV's St. Elsewhere and films like Alfred Hitchcock's Saboteur, has died. Lloyd's acting credits stretch back to 1939's The Streets of New York through his appearance in 2005's Trainwreck. Lloyd was 106. For USA Radio News, I'm Dan Naraki.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now, 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Yes, indeed, we are live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. The Secret Bunker. Now we're talking about a heat wave coming on in the southwestern U.S. Forecasters predicting another bad fire season out west. We've already seen a number of fires, Arizona, California, Nevada, New Mexico, with the dry conditions. Phoenix, very dry. You've only seen 4% of your normal precip in the month of April, and they are yet to see any rainfall here in the month of May. Drought is intensifying, and 100-degree temperatures in the offing later this week. You've got a chance at again seeing 100 Thursday, Friday. Through the day today, the core of the heat's going to be centered largely across interior California, western Nevada, and portions of Arizona, they tell us. It's going to be back in the 90s in the Central Valley of California. Tuesday through Friday of next week, literally all next week, some places may hit 100. Sacramento, a city that usually encounters highs in the upper 70s this time of year, you're going to be above 90 degrees again today and Thursday. And that could be just the start of the heat wave. This stretch of unseasonable heat further going to increase the departure from normal temperatures. Red flag warnings are in effect across the San Joaquin Valley. Gusty winds, very low humidity levels, and of course the drought has accentuated the risk of fire as well. As the Storm Prediction Center dictates, is going to be critical in the area next week. So there are some places out there where, well, I guess like Florida, where shorts and T-shirts are appropriate apparel. You've been pretty warm down there, haven't you, Dean?
Oh, definitely. It's been really warm, as a matter of fact. You know, a lot of people down here wear the shorts and T-shirts. I wear the shorts and button-up shirt, but I've never been one of them flip-flop guys for some reason. You know, if you're originally from Florida, they wear those flip-flops. I don't know. I've never been into that. I don't know why.
Yeah, well, it's understandable. All right, well, we've got lines available at 844-844-3388. Let's get back. And Steve, thanks for hanging in there, Steve.
Hey, thanks for holding me over, man. Sorry about that. You caught me again, middle of hooking my set, so might be a little out of breath.
Not a problem.
Hey, Dean, good talking to you again, brother.
You too, man. How you doing?
I'm doing pretty good. Thanks for you and Hope and Mike getting all my taxes done. I appreciate it. Glad the IRS is off my back. Well, not really. They're not really off my back, Dean. They worked pretty fast to collect my money.
Sure they did.
You know, but they don't want to give it up, right?
That's for sure. That's the sad thing is if you owe them, then they have 10 years to collect it, and if they owe you, you've only got 3 years to collect it. It's not really a very fair deal, but unfortunately, that's the way it is.
Yeah, I guess they're waiting on what is it? That $80 billion that Joe Biden put in there in the COVID rescue plan. He gave $80 billion to the IRS.
Is that what it was? I didn't even know that.
Yeah.
Number.
Yep.
Wow.
Yep. $80 billion.
Wonder where
to buy ink. Yeah, American taxpayers, exactly. So the taxpayers are paying the taxpayers. Isn't that something?
Yeah, I never understood the whole stimulus check thing anyways. You know, the $1,200 or the $600. What is that supposed to do? How does that help the economy? I just don't get it. Well, where does that save anybody?
You see we talked about this last night with Steve. The extra 300 or 600 that people are getting on unemployment. That's why, you know, especially in Florida, they're having problems, filling these restaurant jobs, these hospitality jobs. I mean, people aren't going to work because they're sitting on their ass making more money.
Right.
Just
definitely
doesn't make any sense, Dean.
Well, if you're looking for common sense from our government, you're looking in the wrong place. That's for sure.
Yeah, exactly. And as far as what Lone Ranger said, is exactly right. You know, if you're looking for competent people, you're looking in the wrong place.
Yep.
But hey, I got
the IRS.
No. Hey, I got a couple quick questions for you. I don't know if you can answer them or not. So I'm just going to throw out hypothetical numbers, but this is what's happening. We just sold our house, and we're going to be closing on it end of the month. Mm-hmm. So we're looking at as far as the tax implications on this, because we're going to end up with a chunk of change. So let's just say we bought a foreclosure for $100,000, and we put $100,000 into it to fix it up. So that's $200,000, and now we sell it for $300,000. How much am I going to owe the IRS as far as tax wise? Am I going to owe them anything on that extra 100?
Is it your primary residence?
Yes.
I don't owe anything.
Nothing.
Nope, it's your primary residence.
Okay, well that's a good thing to know. I thought we had to pay like some capital gain. I thought they considered that a capital gain real estate. No? Well, that's a good thing, Dean.
Not on your primary, no. If it's your primary, you don't. If it's investment property, yes.
Okay, awesome. I appreciate that answer.
No
that
problem.
makes my whole night. So my next question. My next question is, my girlfriend, she stopped working about a year and a half ago due to some medical issues. Mm-hmm. So she collected last year in 2020. She collected $15,000 in alimony payments, and that's the only income she had was that. Does she have to file a 1040 for that money?
Anything over 11,000, you're supposed to file something to just actually claim the amount of income you got. Whether there's going to be taxes due on that or not, that'll depend on how the tax return is done. But as far as alimony is concerned, I'm pretty sure she's not going to have to worry about anything.
Yeah, that's what I told her. But I should.
Income, if she's working as well, then obviously the income that she made while working goes to a higher tax bracket because of the alimony. But as far as the alimony is concerned, I'm not quite sure that's taxable. I'd have to check with the wife on that one.
Yeah, because she didn't work at all, so that was the only income she had was just that $15,000.
Anything over 11, you got to file.
Okay, so I guess it's best we file a 1040.
Right.
But getting back to what you were talking about earlier, because I remember when I was having this issue with the payment plan and all of this, with the deduction, I was, trying to get a hold of Hope and trying to get, and I kept contacting her because she was the only one that could get through the IRS. I tried calling them myself, Dean, and I'd be on hold for like an hour and finally I'm like, I put them on speaker for like an hour and a half. I'm like, I got to go to bed, man. I can't be doing this,
They don't answer.
No. So you're exactly right. If people need to get a hold of the IRS, man, they better go through taxmdhelp.com.
I appreciate that, brother. I really do.
No problem, Dean. Hey, enjoy the weather down there in Florida and take care, man. I'll talk to you another time.
Thank you so much.
I appreciate all your help.
Good to have you with us here,
welcome.
Steve. Good deal. All right. Looking at 18 past the hour, and it's 844-3388. Danny, I believe, is next. Got John, but the tax doctor. Danny, good morning.
Hey, good morning, gentlemen. Thanks for taking my call, and thanks for sponsoring the program, Dean. I got a question on inheritance tax. Now, for federal, isn't that something like $5 million or something before you have to pay?
I really don't know the answer to that question, brother. I really don't. I wish I did, but I don't. That would be something I'd have to look up, research. It's not something I know off the top of my head.
Okay, I got. Well, I'll ask you the rest of the question. You may not know this either, but the rest of the question was, if, as I understand it, if I read it, it's way up there before you have to pay an inheritance tax, but like inherited real estate. But as far a will, my mother's will, left the real estate to be sold and the money divided up between the children. So would you have to? My next question was, would you have to pay taxes on the money, or was that still considered an inheritance?
It's still considered as an inheritance, yeah.
So, because I know the title company made us all fill out 1099, Social Security number, and all that, and kind of related to the fact that we'd have to pay taxes on that. But I didn't think so. But I wasn't sure. But I also inherited.
I would think for sure, even if it's not taxable, you're still going to have to claim it on the return as income, which would then make the money that you actually earn in a higher tax bracket. Does that make sense?
Yeah. So you would show it as income, and then. But then, how would you minus it back out?
It may raise the tax bracket that you're currently in, because obviously you're showing more money on the return.
All right. Okay. And just for something a little funny, I also inherited a plaque she had on the wall, said that the Lord giveth and the government taketh away. I
saw that one somewhere. I did. I'm sorry I didn't have more answers for you, brother.
Oh no, you're fine. It's hanging in my garage.
If you call my office tomorrow, one of the boys or my wife will be able to answer that question for you.
Okay. All right. Sounds great. Yeah, maybe I'll just because like I said, I wouldn't be sure how if I showed it as on the gross income, then I don't know how I could back out to.
Well, there's nothing you're gonna be able to write off.
So that part of it wasn't taxable.
Yeah.
Wasn't taxable. Yeah.
They'll know that, and there's a separate section in the return for that. So just call the 888-557-4020 tomorrow, and one of the people there will be able to give you a definitive answer, because it may be all involved in how the actual tax return's filed and whatnot. There could be different answers to it. It's kind of vague.
Okay, appreciate it.
All right.
Thanks, Steve.
Brother.
All right. Hey, Danny, good to have you with us. Thanks for listening in. Be safe out there. I'm thinking I read somewhere recently that obviously the new administration, the Biden administration, is looking to make changes. They're, the big debate about jacking up the corporate tax rate or whatever to 28% kind of thing and all that.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that would affect people like you, wouldn't it? Because you're running a company. Is that true or no?
Yes. Yep. That definitely will affect people like me.
That's what I thought.
And not looking forward to it whatsoever. Whereas when Trump was in office, it helped people like me. So obviously, it's not good info to hear.
Yeah. Okay. So and then I'm trying to recall here. It's if you're putting together like a will, and what is it called? The death tax, I think it is. Something about they're looking to bring that back as well. And if you're going to leave things for your children, they're advising leave it in a trust, I believe it is, rather than just, say divvy it up or whatever. Do you know what the difference in a trust is or no?
I know about trust, but as far as filing taxes I'm not familiar with.
Okay, yeah. But that's the advice I've been seeing or whatever for people that put it in a trust. If you're having discussions with mom, dad, grandma, grandpa, or whatever, have them have a trust set up.
Now, I've also seen a lot of things go wrong with trust. Like I have several clients that basically put everything they have in trust, and then the IRS came back calling it an alternate ego, where they didn't like the trust setup. They thought it was purposely for defrauding the government. And they accused them of setting them up as an alternate ego and would tax them as such, where it would actually end up going into tax court. And you have to prove that you didn't set them up for reasons of defrauding the government. I have one gentleman that I've been helping for years on this. Finally, we were able to get a lot of information from inside of the IRS on transcripts that aren't readily available. Actually, inside the IRS's transcripts, their transcripts, particularly what they write inside of the IRS. And I'll tell you what, a lot of the stuff that we found was pretty ridiculous. I mean, the things that IRS employees are doing there are absolutely illegal. And in this particular case that I'm talking about, they knew that this amount of money that was supposedly owed on this trust that they claimed he had a balance due on had already statutated out on the 10-year law. And there were actual writings within their transcripts saying they already knew that it statutated out, but they're going to try and slide it in anyway. They're going to call so-and-so down in another department and have them do this and have them do that. And, once we got that information to the judge, we were able to beat a lot of the stuff that IRS is doing. And basically the judge closed the case without the gentleman owing a penny. But that's just one of the instances that, we're seeing the shady things that get done at the IRS. And for what purpose, I don't know. I can't imagine that they get, a percentage of what's collected or whatnot. Maybe they need some kudos or whatever, or some bonus points with their boss. I don't know. I just don't know. But there are a lot of illegal things that IRS does or IRS employees do. And I don't know what their rhyme or reason is behind it.
Wow.
It's pretty shady. If I put down on paper all of the things that I knew IRS was doing illegally, I could have a whole book.
Wow.
I could have a whole book about it.
Oh, my. Well, let me see here.
They do.
Got a news break coming up here in a few minutes. Tom, we've got Sean with the Tax Doctor. What's on your mind, Tom?
Well, I got a quick question for you here. I have a son that has come into a sizable amount of money from investing in Bitcoin. He doesn't have a problem yet, but I'm trying to hopefully fend off any problems that might come up after the end of the year. Do you know anything about the Bitcoin and all this that's going on with it right now? I mean, I know they're trying to tax the heck out of it right now, but is there
They're
something
trying, but they haven't been successful so far.
Well, I'm afraid he's probably going to get hit. He took $1,000 investment and turned it into $153,000 in a month.
Nice,
and
nice.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I can't believe this actually happened because I've never dealt with any kind of money of that size before. But I wasn't sure if there's anything I need to do now to kind of help him get to the point when the end of the year comes. Is there something that we should be doing now to prepare for that?
Setting aside money if there are taxes that are going to be paid, that need to be paid. And I'm assuming that since he did that well from the beginning, it's continuing to do that well. Am I right?
Yeah, I mean, it's growing by leaps and bounds.
It just keeps going, right? Right. If you got in at the right time during that, it just keeps growing. I mean, I had an instance where I had won some Bitcoin online on one of these online gambling sites, and they had given me some Bitcoin, and at the time, this was a few years back, I had no clue what Bitcoin was. I had no idea how to use it, how to spend it, whatever. And I opted for them to send me a Visa card instead. I think it turned out to be like $63 or something like that. And later on there, and it left. I guess what it was, $4 in my account, in my Bitcoin account, the Bitcoin wallet, which I had no clue about. And a few years later, I decided, I'm gonna invest in this Bitcoin thing and see what it's all about. And I found this Bitcoin wallet on my phone. And when I opened it up, that $4 had turned into $400, and I had no clue it was even there. So I feel really stupid for cashing what I had in for a simple Visa card, but I was pretty fed up with the whole thing and had no clue how it worked. Didn't have any faith in it. Now I feel pretty stupid for doing that.
Wow.
But yeah, it's pretty crazy how that stuff works. And if you've got in at the right time, it just keeps going up and up and up. So in the beginning, I don't think you're going to have a whole bunch of problems, but they're catching up with it now. So I would start preparing, start setting aside.
I'm curious about how much you think he ought to set aside. A third of it?
Yep, 30%.
You know what?
At least.
I'm looking here, and most of what I'm seeing says that it says almost all profits from crypto trading fall in the category of capital gains tax, not income tax, which means your gains will be taxed at 20%, compared with up to 45% for income tax. Now, that if it's capital gains is that the one they're talking about jumping up to 28 or no?
Capital gain? No, that's the corporate income.
Corporate. Okay, well, right. So capital gains is 20%.
Corporate income tax. Okay, so we're at 20% on capital gains. I generally say to set aside 30 just to be on the safe side.
Okay. Well, I'll tell him that too. Make sure he doesn't. I hope I have a millionaire son someday. Maybe he'll loan me $20.
There you go. Well, God bless him, man. At least he got on well. I heard a lot of people really did well in that Bitcoin thing. And before I caught on to it, I was too late. I was invested in stuff that wasn't going anywhere.
Well, with it right now, I mean, this happened in the last month, so it's been amazing. But thank you again. Thank you for taking my call tonight.
All right, thank you so much, Tom.
Hey, thank you, man.
Yeah, I didn't realize. I mean, because Bitcoin's like $59,000 a coin now.
And, yeah, man, how are you making money on that now?
Right, if you're trying to buy into it now.
I'd like to talk to that fella.
Did he say he took $1,000 and made $153,000 or something? That's I don't know.
I mean, that must be one of the new coins. I'm assuming. They have Litecoin and all kinds of different coins.
He may have been the big one's been the Dogecoin. Dogecoin is the one that's been racking up as of late. Yeah, we've got one listener, the inbred redneck. He, when they created it a few years ago, it was created as a joke, and it was running for just like hundredths or thousandths of a penny was the original value. They didn't think it was ever going to go anyway. And all of a sudden, if you bought a couple $100 worth of it, you got a couple million shares or coins, whatever.
Right.
And all of a sudden, the Dogecoin went up. Last week, it peaked out at like 79 cents. So,
oh, wow.
So those millions of coins became all of a sudden, that may be the one he got in on. That's
well, even at 79 cents, that'd still be a good buy then.
Oh,
It's
yeah,
still
well,
gonna keep going.
Inbred Rednecks traded in half of his when it was at, I think he traded in at 63 cents, and he got like $200 and something thousand out of it.
Wow.
It's insane.
That's awesome. I wish I had that kind of luck.
I'm afraid to invest in it because I don't know what's going on with it, how it all works and everything.
The crazy part, and I don't know if it's still the same way, but the crazy part was, you get like this phrase that you got to keep in order to hold this money in this Bitcoin wallet, which I still have a hard time understanding. But I deal with money all the time, so it's kind of crazy that I can't get a grip on it. But they give you this phrase that you got to keep in order to get into your Bitcoin wallet, and if you lose this phrase, the money's gone.
You never
can't
get
lose
it. You can't get it back.
It's a phrase of several different words in a row, and if you lose that, your money's gone. Nobody else has that phrase to get your money back. So that's kind of a scary part, a little bit. But at the same time, it's kind of neat how they set it up. I still don't understand the whole thing, but a buddy of mine had approached me recently about investing in Bitcoin ATMs, and I've seen those coming out recently in different areas. But that might not be a bad investment, but it is still pretty pricey to get into.
All right, well, we got to get our news break here. All right, got lines available. Want to jump in? It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
The violence in Israel continues to escalate as more rockets were fired into the country from Gaza on Wednesday morning. Israeli officials say that 2 people died as a result of an early morning rocket attack. 5 Israelis have now died from the attacks from Hamas militants. Israeli Defense Forces responded with airstrikes against what it called terror targets. Health officials in Gaza say that at least 30 people have died in those strikes. And prosecutors in Georgia say they will seek the death penalty for a man accused of killing 8 people in a March shooting spree. Robert Aaron Long was indicted by a grand jury Tuesday on 4 counts of murder, 4 counts of felony murder, weapons charges, and a charge of domestic terrorism for the Atlanta area killings. Fulton County District Attorney Fonnie Willis says she intends to also seek hate crime charges and will seek the death penalty in the case. 6 of the 8 victims in the shootings were of Asian descent. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Do you have an idea for an invention or new product? Do you think companies would be interested in your idea? Do you want to try to get a patent? Then call InventHelp now. InventHelp keeps your idea confidential and explains every step of the invention process. We create professional materials representing your idea and submit it to companies who are looking for new ideas. We have more than 9,000 companies who have agreed to review ideas in confidence. If a company shows interest in manufacturing your invention, we can negotiate on your behalf. We have helped over 10,000 clients receive patents. We also offer services including 3D modeling and animation demonstrating your idea, prototyping services, and we use state-of-the-art technology to show InventHelp client ideas to additional companies. Join the thousands of people just like you who chose InventHelp to pursue their idea. We are experienced. We are working for you. We are InventHelp.
Call us for free information at 1-800-460-1663. That's 1-800-460-1663. Again, 1-800-460-1663.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Some say their truck reflects who they are, dependable and reliable. That's why you trust Blue Def. Now the best just got better. Introducing Blue Def Platinum, a revolutionary innovation with advanced System Shield technology to significantly reduce harmful deposits. To maintain fuel economy, save money on costly repairs, and sustain the life of your SCR system, there's only one DEF to choose. Blue Def Platinum. The best just got better.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com from the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you tired of those tax problems following you around like a dark cloud, always in the back of your mind, losing sleep at night? Call me now and get your life back. 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Pretending they're not there won't make them go away. The IRS isn't going to forget. They will levy your bank account and garnish your wages. Don't wait for that to happen. I'm not telling you these things to scare you. I'm telling you so you can benefit from my years of experience. Now is the time to act. 888-632-4506.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Engine oil can break down under extreme heat, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit that creates drag on the engine's moving parts. This sticky friction is stiction. Symptoms include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator is formulated to be left in the engine. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Okay, back at it here. Trying to clear my throat. Yeah, wife bought me went out to Costco and got a big grab bag box of flaming hot this and flaming hot that, flaming hot Cheetos, flaming hot Funyuns. and I got a throat full of flaming hot, Dean. Boy. Let's see. Who else checking in this morning via our social media? Dave checks in. Hey, Mike, what day is it? Yeah, there you go. It's hump day. I think it was Michelle that called earlier. She was asking, where's Dean Michaels? You're actually based out of Florida, but you can help people around the country, though, right?
Nationwide, brother, nationwide.
Okay, so let's see. Fuel lines, no gas signs. Yeah, people are saying that. I think the Carolinas are really seeing a lot of stations running out of fuel there. Captain Ron checks in this morning. Good to have you with us. Heat waves out there. He checked in a little bit earlier, I think in our first hour. So I think he's signing off for the night. So get a good night's rest there, heat wave. Let's see. My return was accepted by the IRS on March the 11th. Today, I got a letter from the Austin office of the IRS. It was a letter from Biden about the family rescue plan. I should expect my refund within 7 days. So March 11th to May the 11th, that was a month. And he's still waiting on his return then. Okay. Like you said early.
Yeah, I wrote to him to let me know when it comes in. so I can share that with my clients.
Taking some time. All right. Let me see here. Back to the calls here. If you got a question for Dean, jump on in at 844-844-3388. I believe Gene is up next here. Would that be Gene?
Lee.
All right. Well, what's going on, Lee?
How y'all doing tonight?
Doing well. Thanks for being with us.
Fantastic. Mhm.
A question for Dean. Can you elaborate on the loan you was talking about?
Sure. The Paycheck Protection Program?
Yeah.
All right. That's for business owners that, or actually even 1099 income earners that have been around since 2019. The government is offering relief to those people in order to keep the businesses open. It's called the Paycheck Protection Program. If you had employees, obviously you get exceptionally more than if you're just by yourself. But they also give you loans based on owner's compensation on the business as well. So, just to keep your business alive, if you're a small business owner. And it's all done through the SBA and through your local bank. So if you have a business account through your local bank, then your bank would have sent you an email, or you can log into your online banking and there would be some kind of link that you can press to apply for the PPP loan. If you haven't applied for the first draw yet, then I strongly suggest that you do, because that one was a lot easier to get than the second draw, and it is 100% forgivable as long as you spend the monies in a way that was able to keep your business alive. So you're allowed to spend it on, utilities, rent or mortgage, payroll costs, those types of things. So if you get a loan, you want to make sure that you keep track of everything that you spent it on and spend it in the manner that they suggest, so that the loan is 100% forgivable.
Okay, good. Yeah, I'm a 1099 lease operator. I'm buying a truck through the company.
All right.
Now, I don't have a personal business account with my bank. I just have a personal account.
Yeah, you need to have a business account in order to take advantage of this, unfortunately.
Okay, is that very hard to obtain, or?
No, it's not hard to obtain at all. I just don't know if they're going to accept the fact, if you got a business account now, if it's still going to be viable for getting a PPP loan immediately. So it had to have been where basically they want to know that your business was actually in business during 2019 and that you were affected by COVID in through 2020. So that because the second draw is all about that, explaining how from that time your business decreased by at least 25% and it's hurting your business, and that's why the government needs to help you, so on and so forth. So, but you must have a business account with your bank in order to take advantage of these loans.
Oh, okay. Well, I was driving in 2019 because I was in a bad accident and I was in a coma for most of the year.
Wow.
So I really, maybe that won't affect me, help me or anything.
Yeah, you may not qualify for it. Then now there are some businesses, other than truck driving, restaurants and what have you, that were really affected by COVID. That they've got extra funding for. But as far as the PPP loan, they're wanting you to be in business from a certain amount of time, and it's from February, if I'm not mistaken, February 2019. If I'm not mistaken.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
Well, sorry about that, Lee. It sounds like he's probably not going to qualify. Yeah, I guess initially it was about being able to keep businesses that were losing so much business to keep the payroll going for restaurants that weren't allowed to be serving and whatnot, things like that. Yeah, like if you ran a gym or a barber shop, whatever. Yeah, you could take the PPP loan to continue to pay those employees while they were being forced essentially to stay home.
Yep. And right now, I have over $1.5 million in loans approved already. They're already approved by the banks, and I'm just waiting for SBA to accept and move forward. But right now, they're only, from what I understand, they're only doing the minority-owned businesses and the women-owned businesses for a certain amount of time. Hopefully, towards the end of the month, they're going to fund these other loans. Before, I had gotten, about, it had to have been close to $1 million worth of loans approved, and they ran out of money. And supposedly, when they got the money again, they were just going to fund those loans, but it didn't happen.
Really?
So, everything's kind of up in the air as far as that goes. So when they open those things up again for the second draw, I was all over it. I was right on top of it right away this time. But they're a lot more stringent on what they will and will not accept. So it's a little bit more difficult for the second round.
Well, when you get your $1 million, I could take a couple grand off your hands there, Dean, okay?
There you go. I wish I was getting $1 million. It's for my clients.
Big Moose, what's happening?
Playing truck driver, you?
Playing radio or something like it.
Nice. Well, I had another stroke of genius there, pal. This is something we can all cash in on, I'm thinking.
I want to hear about it.
Well, I consider myself somewhat a novice entrepreneur, and I got to thinking maybe the Moose Co. line of products could introduce a salve, kind of a analgesic salve that you can apply after dealing with the IRS. We're going to call it Tax Preparation H.
There you go.
Yeah. And, that we can get that sponsored. I have it under the highest authority that we can probably get a sponsorship from Betty the Bush Dog, international intergender heavyweight champion of the world, and her manager, Horsey the Brain Feather. So I'm gonna be selling some. Shares off of this. So if you guys want on the ground floor, we need to jump on this.
There you go. Count me in, brother.
All right. No, I was just, I've had some dealings with the IRS in the past, and everybody, when they start talking about the IRS, I have to remind people, that's who busted Al Capone. So they're a little slicker than you give them credit for.
They put Irwin Schiff in prison just because he wanted to prove that there was no law to file taxes, and there isn't. There's still no law. Still no law that you have to pay taxes, but yet people go to prison for it. So I'm amazed by this. I still haven't wrapped my brain around why they're going to prison, but it's happening.
Well, that's the government. Well, y'all be safe and carry on. Keep up the good work. Keep it twixt the spotted and the solid, and we'll be 10-10 till we do it again.
God bless you, brother.
Big Moose. All right. Yeah, good to have you with us.
Tax preparation H. That's funny shit.
That's good. He comes up with some pretty good ideas. All right. It just simply says here, I'm calling about my 2019 taxes. I'm not sure who we got on the line, but who we got?
Yes, my name is Bruce.
Well, good morning, Bruce.
How you doing, Bruce?
Good morning. This is my first time calling. And I just experienced going through a divorce, and I still haven't got my 2019 taxes back. And I don't know where my wife moved to. So when that check comes, she won't be able to sign it. So what am I supposed to do about that?
I would go on irs.gov and open up an account. Have you done that?
No, I haven't.
All right, you go on irs.gov. And you can open up an account there. You can order transcripts. You can do whatever. You can also change your address in there. So when you do that, it'll change wherever they're going to send the check to.
Okay.
If you're waiting for a check, you're going to be waiting for a while because unless you select a direct deposit, it's going to take some time.
All right. I appreciate that, Dean. Thank you.
All right, brother. No problem.
And also.
Uh-oh. I thought he was done. I hit the button before he was done. If you had another question, Bruce, you can feel free to dial us back up there. The miracle of modern technology. Big Sexy, what's going on?
Not much, Steve. You're a little quick on that button sometimes.
Sorry about that.
I don't really have much for Dean right now. I don't think I've got any tax problems, but I don't know. I missed the first part of the show. If you touched on the fact that the I-40 bridge from Arkansas to Tennessee is shut down.
Yeah, we did touch on that in the very first hour. Yes.
Yeah, they say that. I know it's going to be shut down overnight, and it may be longer. That's going to cause a major headache with east-west. That's a heavily traveled deal. That's all had to come over on I-55 now, so that's causing a major problem. Traffic is backed up terrible over there.
Yeah. And it may be shut down for weeks. It may be shut down for a month from what we're hearing.
Yeah, I was watching the news before I left out tonight, and they said that they've got law enforcement on the ground on both sides directing traffic, and they're all having to bring all that traffic across the I-55 bridge. They've been trying to get a third bridge for probably 8 years or so, and hadn't got anywhere with it on getting funding for it and all that. Maybe this will speed it up, but so that's going to put a major cramp on stuff going from the east to west coast. Because I-40 is a major travel interstate.
Well, it sounds like they're really concerned about it, Big Sexy, because they shut down the bridge to all traffic, and they actually shut down the river below the bridge. I don't know if you caught that story, Dean, but they had a routine inspection, and they found a crack in a support, and that's a big bridge we're talking about, the M Bridge.
Wow.
Crossing the Mississippi River there. So the concerns are great enough to where they shut the bridge down, and they wouldn't even put like staff or physical inspectors up there to look. They sent drones in to look more at the crack to see if it was expanding. But sounds like they're afraid the damn thing might just collapse. Closing
it for a month.
Well, it could. They said it could be weeks. It could be a month before they can, because they've got to, first of all, they have to assess, and then they have to come up with a plan how to repair it, and then make the repairs, and that's all going to take some time. So,
imagine that. That's our government at work again, right?
Yeah. Let me see here. Who's next up here? I believe Randy is on the line. Good morning, Randy.
Good morning, Steve. Hey, Dean.
How you doing, brother?
Good. Been a couple of years I talked to you. But my buddy Russell, he got me on the right track there.
Good. Glad to hear it.
You ain't got him answering the phone tonight, do you?
Oh, yeah, he's there.
Is he? I'll be darned.
Yep.
Hey, I want to talk about that PPP loan.
What do you need to know?
Well, I talked to my banker just on Tuesday, and she said all the funding has been used up on that.
No, it hasn't.
No? Okay.
Nope.
I didn't know if she was just blowing me off or what. But, I lost 3/4 of my income because of the COVID.
Mm-hmm.
And I've worked with her. I don't have a loan through her, but I've worked with her on this, and it just seems like I get blowed off all the time.
What bank?
First Source out of South Bend, Indiana.
And normally the smaller banks are actually getting them done faster than the larger banks.
Right.
So, you check online. You have an online banking?
Yes.
Go on there. There's a link there to apply for it. And it won't be up to your representative or anything like that. It'll be up to the bank themselves. They have a whole division that are reviewing these things. And once the bank reviews it and they've approved it, it then goes to SBA. SBA, once they get it, they fund you almost immediately. So once SBA has all the docs from the bank, you get what's called a promissory note from SBA. And when I did it, I signed the promissory note. It says you expect to wait 3 to 5 business days. I had the money in my account within a few hours.
Oh, really? Wow.
Yep. So I would definitely move forward with it because you got till May 31st.
That's why I thought the end of the month here.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Well, I'll give that a try tomorrow. Nothing else, I will call Russell.
Yeah, if you have any problems, give us a call. We'll walk you through it.
I appreciate it. Thanks a lot.
No problem, brother.
All right. Thanks for listening in, Randy. Appreciate you being a part of the program. Yeah, I got to see a message from Sean. He said, Dean, I'm going to have to call Russell in the morning and have him file an extension. There's probably a lot of people that are going to be looking to file extensions here in the next couple of days, right?
Yeah, and if they're already clients of ours, we're already doing it anyways, but it's best to call in just to make sure.
Okay. And so technically what people are filing right now is their 2020 income tax.
Correct.
Mm-hmm. Okay. And so I'm good to go, right? Because we took care of 2019 and 2020. All right.
Mm-hmm.
All right, Dean. Well, anything we have not covered this morning? Anything else you'd like to toss in there?
There's really not a whole lot more to talk about, brother. I just appreciate you having me on the air. Hey, tell Kyle I said thanks a lot because he's really on top of things. I really appreciate everything you guys are doing, and I really hope this goes to the next level and you end up on XM, man. I hope this works out the way you guys are planning it too. I hope this really pans out for those guys.
Yep, that's
so. If and when it does, I'll definitely be there and happy to be by your side, brother.
Absolutely. All right. Well, thank you so much. As always, I guess get a little bit of rest. Somebody going to be in the office in the morning? You up at 9 a.m. or 10 a.m.?
Yeah. We'll be there. And as always, if you listen to the podcast tomorrow and you hear these things going on, you can take advantage of the free tax investigation. Just say you heard me on Steve's podcast. And call in, say that. We'll take care of the tax investigation absolutely free. So if anybody out there that's had this hanging over their head, please don't hesitate anymore. Don't bury your head in the sand. Give us a call, 888-557-4020, or go to taxhelpmd.com, and I'll be there to help.
Very good. And from what Kyle explains to me, they can kind of keep track of how many people. I can see how many are actually listening live via the iPhone or the Android phone. And they can keep track of how many go back and listen to the podcast and whatnot. So, yeah, they're pretty pleased with the way the numbers are going. That's a good thing.
Yeah, it's looking good, man. It keeps growing. So God bless you. I'll keep my fingers crossed and keep praying, brother.
That's great. All right, tell the better half we said hello, Katrina.
Will do.
All right.
Thank you.
And we'll chat next time.
You have-
Dean Michael, the tax doctor. Again, it's taxhelpmd.com if you want to pull that up on the web. All right, tell you
we
what.
are sorry, but
no, we're not. No, the show has not ended. I'm doing a phone reset, as we call it, because that'll be coming up mandatorily here in the next hour anyway. So thought we'd just take the opportunity while we got the news break to take care of that. So give me a few moments. And hopefully the phones will be back up and running. We'll get back to business as usual, all the latest at 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
The violence in Israel continues to escalate as more rockets were fired into the country from Gaza on Wednesday morning. Israeli officials say that 2 people died as a result of an early morning rocket attack. 5 Israelis have now died from the attacks from Hamas militants. Israeli Defense Forces responded with airstrikes against what it called terror targets. Health officials in Gaza say that at least 30 people have died in those strikes. And prosecutors in Georgia say they will seek the death penalty for a man accused of killing 8 people in a March shooting spree. Robert Aaron Long was indicted by a grand jury Tuesday on 4 counts of murder, 4 counts of felony murder, weapons charges, and a charge of domestic terrorism for the Atlanta area killings. Fulton County District Attorney Fonnie Willis says she intends to also seek hate crime charges and will seek the death penalty in the case. 6 of the 8 victims in the shootings were of Asian descent. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Balance of Nature's fruits and vegetables in a capsule, changing the world one life at a time.
When I first switched over, because I stopped taking the other supplements I was taking and switched over all the way to Balance of Nature, I really noticed a huge difference. It was amazing. Like better sleep, better attention, better energy. It was just really, really great.
Balance of Nature is now offering 35% off on any new preferred order. Go to balanceofnature.com today and use discount code USA.
At the American Veterinary Medical Association annual convention in Washington, D.C., I spoke with Dr. John Howe, AVMA president, about One Health.
One Health is really a collaboration between physicians and veterinarians or public health officials. For example, in Minnesota, our state public health veterinarian deals with zoonotic diseases, rabies, for example. Animals are sentinels for humans, and humans are sentinels for some infections in animals.
There's more valuable information at avma.org.
A group of 6 Republican senators are set to meet with President Biden on Thursday to discuss his $2.25 trillion infrastructure plan. Republicans have proposed a smaller bill that focuses on core infrastructure. West Virginia Senator Shelley Moore Caputo will be a part of the meeting and tells Fox News that in the wake of the cyber attack against the Colonial Pipeline, any infrastructure bill should prioritize protecting vital infrastructure from similar attacks.
So I think we got to prioritize this. I think this should be, we did this in the water bill that we passed 2 weeks ago, because remember there was an incident in Florida where somebody tried to get into the water system to taint it. And so we know that we put more cybersecurity money into our water systems in that bill. We need to do the same for all of our transportation and infrastructure packages. But the administration has got to come off of the fact that infrastructure is home health aides and Medicaid expansion and things of that nature. Those discussions are for another day.
You're listening to USA Radio News.
You've heard me talking about MyPillow for 3 years, folks. It's the truth. I get the best sleep of my life with a MyPillow. You can do it too. 60-day money-back guarantee, 10-year warranty, made in the USA. You'll sleep well or you'll get your money back. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, use my promo code USA, get 2 MyPillow premium pillows for the price of one, or call 1-800-951-8175. Get the best sleep of your life and do it now.
It's now up to an advisory committee with the Centers for Disease Control to authorize the decision by the Food and Drug Administration to use Pfizer's COVID-19 vaccine on children 12 years and older. John Clemens reports.
Many parents were relieved with the FDA decision so their children could take part in summertime activities. Dr. Janet Woodcock, acting FDA commissioner, called it a significant step in the fight against COVID-19.
Vaccinating a younger population brings us closer to returning to a sense of normalcy and to ending the pandemic.
Dr. Peter Marks, also the FDA, wrote in a press release, with science guiding our evaluation as well as our decision-making process, the FDA can assure the public as well as the medical community that all available data meets our rigorous standards to support the emergency use of this vaccine in the adolescent population 12 years of age and older. From the USA Radio News Texas Bureau, I'm John Clemens.
And prosecutors in Georgia say they will seek the death penalty for a man accused of killing 8 people in a March shooting spree. Robert Aaron Long was indicted by 2 grand juries on Tuesday on 4 counts of murder, 4 counts of felony murder, weapons charges, and a charge of domestic terrorism for the killings. Fulton County District Attorney Fonnie Willis says she intends to also seek hate crime charges and will seek the death penalty in the case. 6 of the 8 victims in the shootings were of Asian descent. For USA Radio News, I'm Dan Naraki.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Yeah, once again, it's the last caller was asking. Big Sexy was talking about the bridge there in Memphis, Tennessee. Traffic, they say, was backed up for miles. The afternoon rush was just off the charts this past day. As they discovered that crack at about 2 in the afternoon, I believe it was. Looking here from the local affiliate out of Memphis, see what they have to say. Anything new in here? Headline, Dateline, Memphis, Tennessee, the I-40 Hernando de Soto M Bridge over the Mississippi River. Says here closed at least through Wednesday morning after crews discovered the crack in the structure during the routine inspection. Crack is on the bottom side of the bridge truss, and the bridge will be shut down indefinitely. River traffic is shut down until further notice as well. DOT says contract crews will investigate the extent of the crack to make emergency repairs, which could take some time, is the quote. Now, it looks like Tennessee shares responsibility for the bridge with the Arkansas Department of Transportation. They say an Arkansas DOT inspector actually discovered the crack during that routine inspection and immediately shut it down. No idea how long the repairs are going to take. Traffic is being rerouted in both directions to I-55. Construction on the new bridge, as it's often called, began in May of 1967. The Double Arch Bridge opened to traffic in August of 1973. Cost at the time was $57 million. But they say since 2000, the bridge has been undergoing seismic retrofitting, millions of dollars spent, security to withstand up to a 7.7 magnitude quake. Seismic retrofit, whatever that would be. Very interesting. But, okay, so they're definitely very concerned there. So you're essentially taking traffic from what would normally be two separate interstates, I-40 and I-55, and putting all that traffic on one section. So I would assume I-55 is just that's the only way you got across now. You had the 55 bridge and the I-40 bridge, if I understand correctly. That's it. What are the other options? All right, so there we go. Other industry headlines, of course. The White House says they're monitoring the fuel supply shortage in the Southeast. National average for a gallon is now at like $3 per gallon. Long lines forming at stations in many southern states after the cyber attack on the Colonial Pipeline. Let's see, according to AAA, Tuesday morning, the national average stood at 298.5. Yeah, we're talking an increase of 60% from 1 year ago. The president continues to be regularly briefed on the pipeline incident, according to the White House statement. We are continually assessing the impact of this ongoing incident on fuel supply for the East Coast. We are monitoring supply shortages in parts of the Southeast, evaluating every action the administration can take to mitigate the impact as much as possible. The president has directed agencies across the government to bring their resources to bear to help alleviate shortages where they occur. Colonial is looking to bring their systems back online in a phased-in approach and expects to substantially restart operations by the end of the week. Company did not disclose what type of fuel Colonial is shipping in the stretch of pipeline that runs from Greensboro, North Carolina to Maryland. Apparently that section is actually up and running, but it did say the main lines from the refining hub near Houston all the way to North Carolina are still shut down. We continue to evaluate product inventory in storage tanks at our facilities and others along the system, working with shippers to try to move this product to terminals for local delivery. All right, numerous stations, Virginia, North Carolina, Georgia, Florida, all reporting out of fuel. As of Tuesday morning, there was a Costco-based station with about 24 pumps in Jackson, Mississippi that had vehicles waiting 5 vehicles deep in each port. So you got 24 lanes. So you've got hundreds of cars out there. Unbelievable. According to CBS in Florence, South Carolina, when I was driving today, I thought it was a catastrophe coming. I've seen all these cars waiting, and I'm like, oh, my God, I've got to fill my tank up. Now, this pipeline amounts for almost half the fuel supply for the East Coast, shipping some 2.5 million barrels of gasoline, diesel, and jet fuel every single day. So you're 6 days in, right? 2.5 million barrels per day. 15 million barrels has not been moved in the past 6 days. That's why we're seeing the impact, obviously. It's a lot, 15 million barrels that's not in the market that otherwise would be. All right, so we good to have Dean Michaels join us this morning. Always good to chat with Dean. Let's get back to your calls here at 844-844-3388. Yes, Steve?
Hello?
Hey, Steve, what's going on?
Hey, Steve. It's good talking to Dean tonight.
Yes.
Hey, what do you think would have happened, Steve, if, what was that group, the Dark Side?
Dark Side.
Kind of hack. Yeah, they put out that statement. What do you think would have happened if an American organization would have attacked Russia's infrastructure? What do you think Putin would have said to America? What he would have done to America if we did that to him? I think if the shoe was on the other foot, Steve, the repercussions that are going on right now in our government. I don't know if you heard that woman that was speaking. I think she worked for DOJ or Homeland Security. She's in the idiots administration. She was talking about, they said, well, are they going to pay the ransom? And she said something to the effect, well, they're a private entity. They're private. They're in the private sector. They can decide what they want to do, and then they'll, fill us in on it.
Mm-hmm.
Did you hear that?
I did, yes.
Isn't that amazing?
You said they weren't advising one way or the other whether they should just pay the ransom.
Steve, that pipeline that was attacked, that's critical infrastructure to the United States. Military bases, airports, airlines. Forget about the consumer, the guy that's got to fill up his car to go to work. Or what about first responders? What about our military? The jets, whatever other equipment that they use.
Yep.
This was an attack on America. Not on a private business. Yeah, Colonial's a private business, but it's not an attack on a private business. This is an attack on our country. Cyber warfare. The thing is, Biden is not saying one word about this. They're not condemning this at all. They're not blaming Russia. They're not calling out Putin to go after these people. Why?
That's a great question, Steve. You're right, though. If the shoe were on the other foot and an attack like this that would impact Russia's military would be in play there, you damn Skippy, he'd be doing something, wouldn't he?
He sure would be. I mean, he's testing those hypersonic missiles, those ones that can wipe out the West Coast. up in the northern Arctic.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, we are just letting Russia and China and Iran and these Palestinian terrorists do whatever the hell they want in this world. I mean, Steve, I told you last night, this administration is destroying this country. It's going to destroy it. And I just, somebody mentioned that the other day, no, it was Dean tonight, how, he hopes Trump gets back in 4 years. And Lone Ranger said, I don't know if we got 4 years. Steve, I don't know if we have 1 year. This country has changed a lot for the worse. This fuel shortage is not only going to affect the East Coast, it's going to affect everything in this country for a long time to come. Look what Dean said. He paid $4 and something a gallon down in Florida, where gas is usually what, $1.50, $1.75
Yeah,
6 months ago.
Yeah.
This is just crazy, Steve. It really is what this government is doing to this country, and how they're just sitting back silent. It's just not right. And the other thing that's not right, Steve, I'm gonna tell you a short story, and I want you to let me know what country you think this is. If government officials, government enforcement went around and rounded up a bunch of people, threw them in prison, in solitary confinement for 23 hours, beat them, tortured them, what country would you think that would be in?
China?
China. Do you know that's happening in Washington, D.C. right now? You can look it up on the internet. It's in Politico. They just wrote a story about it. Those people that were arrested, Steve, rounded up across the nation after January 6th.
Mm-hmm.
People that weren't even in the Capitol. They were just standing outside the Capitol. But they got them on video. So what did they do? They rounded up. They arrested him. They took him to D.C. One man was beaten severely, has eye damage. They got him in solitary confinement for 22 to 23 hours a day, which is mental torture, if you ask me. Steve, these people have been charged with no more than trespassing, most of them.
Mm-hmm.
And they're still not out of jail. There's something wrong here. There is definitely something wrong here. Just because you supported Donald Trump, or were at the Capitol that day, or you were you go to one of his rallies, is that what they're going to start doing, Steve? Rounding us up, checking on video to see who was there? I'll tell you, we're living in dangerous times.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. It sounds like something straight out of Russia or North Korea, maybe.
Well, I sent you the article from Politico. You want to read it later when you get time, and about the Pennsylvania man that was severely beaten by a D.C. jail guard for trespassing. It's just unbelievable. But I wanted to make one more point, Steve, then I'll hang up.
Okay.
There's another story out there from the country of Colombia. People can look this up too. This is a mirror image. We talk about how the United States might look like Venezuela. Well, I'll tell you what, Steve. People ought to start looking at Colombia, because that's what's going to happen in this country. Colombia was pretty hard hit by COVID. What they did was a mirror image of what Joe Biden's done, giving away free money, and free money. And the country of Colombia now wants that money back. So what are they going to do? They're raising the taxes. They're going to tax the crap out of everybody. They want their money back. People are starving in Colombia. The wages have gone through the roof. The inflation is going through the roof. And the United States has done exactly what Colombia has just done. People are rioting in the streets, protesting to the president, saying they're not going to stand for this. I believe about 1,000 people have been wounded by police About 30-something have died from police shootings from the protests. People are fed up. They're not going to put up with it. I mean, you hear people on this program, Steve, talk about, a civil war and stuff like that. And the last thing we need in this country is violence. But I'll tell you what, it's going to come down to people are not going to be able to stand it anymore. I mean, even the liberals are starting to speak up about this.
Mm-hmm.
These people that voted for Biden, they're like, what the hell? I didn't vote. I told you a long time ago what was going to happen. The writing was on the wall. I told you Donald Trump screamed from the rooftops. They're going after your speech. They're going after your guns. They're going after your rights. They're going after the Constitution.
Well, when the left
I don't know, Steve.
When the left goes out in the street and under the guise of whatever you want to call them, Antifa, BLM, when they're burning cities and destroying property and assaulting others, it's considered peaceful protests. But when people on the right go out and try to, in their mind, legitimately believing there was improprieties that took place in a presidential election and simply want them to address and look into the allegations before certifying who the president's going to be, they're thrown in jail and beaten by guards.
Yeah, I mean, like you said, the hypocrisy. I mean, look what's happening in Portland. They've been attacking that courthouse now for the last 3-4 months? Longer than that, I think. Almost, it's got to be going on a year now they've been rioting in Portland. And they haul them off to jail and they let them out the back door. And the vice president sets up a bail fund to get them out of jail. I mean, what the hell is going on?
Yeah.
They're beating cops. There was a veteran, I believe an African-American man, he got out of his car. They were blocking the road, and he got out of his car and confronted these BLM Antifa thugs in Portland, and the guy had a gun on him. And somehow they were able to get his gun away. Steve, they beat this man to a pulp, inches within death. I don't think those people have been charged. Why can't they look at the video and round them up?
Mm-hmm.
It's just unbelievable. It really is. It's sickening what's going on. I mean, it's pretty freaking scary, if you ask me, what this country's going to look like if we can't save it in the next year or two. I mean, I don't know if we have another year, Steve, the way this is going.
Yeah.
But, with the inflation and the prices going up on everything and the taxes and everything else is imbecile is signing, just destroying this country the way that we grew up in it.
Yeah, I saw. I think it was the Babylon Bee, which is a satirical site, but there's probably more truth than fiction to it. The headline that Biden pleased with the gas crisis because it diverts attention from the inflation crisis, the unemployment crisis, and the border crisis. It was meant to be a joke, but hell, I think it's more truth than fiction, as I said. Here's the story he was talking about. A Pennsylvania man charged in connection with the January 6th insurrection was severely beaten by Washington, D.C. jail guards at a correction center, according to defense attorneys and another defendant held at the facility who referenced the attack in court this past day. During his court appearance via Zoom, an inmate, Ronald Sandlin, told U.S. District Judge Dabney Friedrich that guards at the correctional treatment facility in D.C. were allegedly subjecting those held in connection with the January 6th attack to violence, threats, and verbal harassment. Sandlin described an attack that allegedly happened in March to another defendant that was charged in the January 6th event, Ryan Samsel, while being held at the facility operated by the D.C. Department of Corrections. He told the judge Samsel was severely beaten by correctional officer that is now blind in one eye, has a skull fracture, and a detached retina. Richard Barnett, also charged in connection to the riot, was tackled to the ground by guards. Attorneys representing Samsel, Stephen Metcalf, and Elizabeth Pasqualini did not return voicemails left by Fox News. Speaking with the Washington Post, Metcalf detailed how his client told him about an incident. This was March the 20th, when Samsel said he complained that guards took hours to bring him toilet paper, to which an argument ensued. Samsel was moved to another cell that evening, and by midnight, 2 guards arrived, tied his arms behind his back, zip-tie handcuffs, and beat him to a bloody pulp. Lawyer said his client suffered seizures for the first time in his life, left him with a broken nose, dislocated jaw, damaged vision in one eye. When he saw his client for the first time over video 2 weeks after the incident, Metcalf said Samsel's face was still black and blue and the skin around his wrists stripped off. He said, "I've seen Ryan. He has 2 black eyes to this day, 2 weeks later. All the skin ripped off both wrists, which shows the zip ties and how tight they were." Other inmates said his face looked like a tornado that was stomped on, or a tomato, rather. A tomato was stomped on. So what the hell's going on in D.C.? Yeah, because they're Trump supporters. Steve also just said that word, that key word, inflation. Oh, the inflation crisis. Here's what Warren Buffett said last week at the 2021 Berkshire Hathaway annual meeting. Quote, "We're seeing very substantial inflation. We're raising prices. People are raising prices to us, and it's being accepted. The costs are just up, up, up. Steel cost, just everyday cost. They're going up and up. I get the figures every week. I call and we go over day by day what happened, and it just won't stop." Here's the news flash. Inflation is no longer coming. It's happening right now. A lot of people maybe haven't noticed it yet because it's not happening everywhere, but we're seeing the beginnings. Buffett said he doesn't see the end of rising prices in the near future. That means they just keep going up and up without leveling off or falling. And most people are completely clueless about this, which means most people will be blindsided when the proverbial you-know-what hits the fan. But after the Fed added trillions and trillions to our money supply over the past year, and then businesses closed and production of goods and services went down, it's pretty obvious, isn't it? We have, number one, an ever-expanding supply of money. Number two, we're chasing a dwindling supply of products and services. What did they think was going to happen? We called this a year ago. You've probably already noticed the price of groceries rising. Maybe you've noticed the price of real estate going through the roof. Hate to bring you bad news, but this is just the beginning. If you leave your money in the bank, the savings you worked so hard for your whole life is going to become less and less valuable with time. Well, so what's the alternative? This is where people start jumping into, it could be gold, it may be silver, and in this modern era, I think a whole bunch are jumping into cryptocurrency. You're looking for a safe haven, as they call it. And it does not appear the U.S. dollar is going to be a safe haven. All right, a little behind here. We'll get our news break. Return with more. It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
Monthly apprehensions at the southern border reached a 21-year high in April, according to new data from U.S. Customs and Border Protection. Nearly 179,000 people were caught trying to cross into the country illegally last month, a 3% increase from March. The number of unaccompanied minors making the crossing dropped, down to nearly 14,000 in April from almost 16,000 in March. And on the eve of a vote to remove her from party leadership, Wyoming Republican Representative Liz Cheney took to the floor of the House Tuesday night to continue her criticism against former President Trump and GOP lawmakers who she said were putting our democracy at risk by continuing to question the results of the 2020 presidential election.
I will not sit back and watch in silence while others lead our party down a path that abandons the rule of law and joins the former president's crusade to undermine our democracy.
This is USA Radio News.
Now is a great time to replace your worn-out windows during the Renewal by Andersen 25-year savings event. Upgrade your home today. Buy 4 windows and get the 5th one free. Plus, get 12 months with no interest, no money down, and no payments. Call now. Get 4 windows and get the 5th one free. Installation and warranty included. Renewal by Andersen takes every CDC-recommended safety precaution to protect your family. For 25 years, people have trusted us for their window replacement needs, and you can too. Call now to learn about our Buy 4, Get the 5th one free window replacement offer.
800-603-8489. 800-603-8489. 800-603-8489. That's 800-603-8489.
Interest or proofs from date of purchase. You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels leave injector deposits causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, including the tank, lines, pump, and the injectors.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Some say their truck reflects who they are, dependable and reliable. That's why you trust Blue Def. Now the best just got better. Introducing Blue Def Platinum, a revolutionary innovation with advanced System Shield technology to significantly reduce harmful deposits. To maintain fuel economy, save money on costly repairs, and sustain the life of your SCR system, there's only one DEF to choose. Blue Def Platinum. The best just got better.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com from the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years. I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Catch the top headline there in the news update. What's going on the southern border? Oh, it's just a seasonal surge, it's no big deal. It happens every year. Oh, that's what Jen Psaki and Joe Biden and Kamala Harris try to tell us. Of course, that's just an outright lie. The number of migrants encountered by officers and agents under Customs and Border Protection along the southwest border jumped for the 11th straight month in April. 178,000 in just the month of April. Hey, for a seasonal thing, that's a nearly 945% increase over the same month last year. Did you catch that? Damn near 1,000% increase. Not 100, 1,000% increase. 178,000 migrants in the month of April. That represents an increase of 3% over the record in March, a 944% increase over April of 2020, where we had 17,106. Again, according to Customs and Border Protection. Speaking anonymously because they're not authorized to speak publicly on the numbers. While the number of single adults increased in April, the number of unaccompanied minors fell by about 12%. It was 15,918 under the age of 18. That went to 13,962 in April. Administration officials are apparently going to forego the customary press conference. They normally announce the monthly figures. Instead, they're going to release the information via a press release and a website update. Oh, we don't want to talk about it, huh? No explanation provided as to why reporters would not be able to question officials on the report. A press release will also reportedly address the number of migrant rescues along the southwest border and the impact of COVID-19 on Border Patrol agents and other employees as the spiking number of untested migrants continue to flood into the U.S., the highest numbers in 20 years. Not going to hold any sort of official press conference about no questions, please. Then story number 2, you have Liz Cheney. Sticking to the narrative that if you tout that there may have been some illegalities taking place in the election, you're perpetuating a lie. Well, my question to Liz is, how do you know it's a lie, Liz? Because you refused to take up any of the cases, the lawsuits that were filed. They're fighting tooth and nail. That would be the Democrats in Arizona right now, trying to stop the recount in Maricopa County alone. Why is that? And if a critical piece of infrastructure in this country, a.k.a. the Colonial Pipeline, as Steve clearly brought out, that serves, it's 90 military facilities. That's an attack on this country. If you can hack into the critical infrastructure, tell me why in the hell you insist You cannot hack into a Dominion voting machine. That's what they want me to believe. You can hack into the infrastructure, but you sure can't hack into a Dominion voting machine. That's bull. All right, it was back in the first hour. Buckeye Boy checked in from Illinois on I-57, 53 degrees at the time. Said, I have a couple of thoughts. We have some of the greatest minds in the world in the technology and computer fields. Why can't they find the places where these cyber terrorists are and level it with a well-placed missile? That would put an end to a lot of this BS. Also, with the havoc that having one company's computers getting hacked and shutting down operations on a pipeline, what happens after the left and the tree huggers get their way and have all of our so-called environmental polluting engines converted to this world-saving electric cars, trucks, lawnmowers, weed eaters? When someone or a group of someone sitting in a well-equipped room full of computers hacks into the U.S. power grid and shuts it down, or even shuts part of it down. People affected by this pipeline think it's bad now. They have no clue. And yes, Buckeye Boy, you're spot on there. Says, have a great night, everybody. Be safe. Be patient out there. But he's right. If they can hack into... There's always a better hacker, right? You come up with the best encryption or whatever you're trying to come up with. There's always someone that finds a back door or finds a way to get in. Even government facilities are hacked into. Happens all the time. One last message. Bruce, who called the show with when Dean was on, he said, this is Bruce, the one that called in, talked to Dean. The other question I had was, I've got a 2018 Kia Sportage, and I'm only getting like 12 miles to a gallon. Does Hot Shot Secret have anything that'll help me with my gas mileage? And like I said, I was the first-time caller. I would call back, but I get real nervous on the phone when I'm on the radio. But thank you, Steve. I'm thinking for a 2018 Kia should be a whole lot better than 12 miles to a gallon. First, I'm thinking I'd be talking to the dealership about it. See, something's definitely not right there. But for anyone that wants to improve fuel economy, clean out the engine and whatnot, for your Kia Sportage, I'd put some of the Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator in, some of the Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme. So you're going to clean out the oil side, and you're going to clean out the fuel side, get the injectors and everything running tip-top performance. And after the initial use of the Stiction Eliminator, maybe then with each oil change, move over to the FR3, the Friction Reducer. And that'll definitely help out some. But yeah, that's abysmal. That's like an old V8 engine getting 12 miles to a gallon. Jolly Green Giant, good morning.
Good morning, Steve. To be honest with you, I got woke up at 8 o'clock last night. First thing out of my wife's mouth, did you know that Kroger's in Lebanon ran out of gasoline? First thing she told me. And then second thing she said is Pigeon Forge is out of gasoline down in Pigeon Forge.
Mm-hmm.
So I didn't say anything, and I heard on the news on your show about the cyber attack on some of these refineries, and so she called me back on the way to work. And that's the same Kroger she works at in Lebanon, and she said that I told her, I said, honey, whatever you do, if you find any gasoline or any station that's got gasoline, stop and top your tanks off, and I'm going to do the same thing. But the whole thing is, what if my trucking company runs out of diesel? I guess I'll be working tomorrow night, Steve, I guess, I'm not really sure, but if that's what's going to happen, I guess I won't be working tomorrow night. Who knows?
Yeah.
You know? Also, Sex Maniac sent me something that a site on the internet about Moderna, and it said that the FDA did not approve the shots that they're using. I'm having a hard time believing that they allowed those shots to go on, to inoculate us from COVID-19, and it wasn't approved by the FDA. But he actually sent me something from the internet stating that it wasn't approved. And I mean, is that true what he's saying, or is that just a bunch of bunk?
None of the vaccines that are being used right now are, quote, officially FDA approved. They are approved what they call their emergency use vaccines. So there is no liability.
Well, that is true.
There's no liability to any of the pharmaceutical companies. There's no, Pfizer has no liability. Moderna, Johnson & Johnson, no liability. You're volunteering to get the stick. Now they're trying to persuade everyone to do it, but right now they cannot force anyone to get the vaccine because it's not officially FDA approved.
That's what Sex Maniac said. I was having a hard time believing he was right, but I got to be honest with you, it sounds like he was right. Also, the previous caller, I guess his name was Steve, really bothered me what he was saying about the guy being literally beaten to his life. For what? For trespassing? I got to be honest with you. Those guards need to be put in prison, and whoever's ahead of that prison or jail, they need to be fired, and they need to be put in prison.
Yeah.
Because that right there, what are we reverting to? Nazi Germany? Are we reverting to Korea, China, some of these various countries that don't care? But that guy did not deserve what he got. Just for trespassing? Oh, my God. I mean, I just said, well, we're going to have gas chambers next like Germany did. And I guess we're going to be executing anyone that disagrees with liberal politics,
Mm-hmm.
But I just want to say I appreciate you correcting me on that Moderna shot. That really does bother me because, I mean, like I said, I was sick for 4 days. And I guess that's okay for the Pfizer company to make Viagra, $85 for a 100 milligram Viagra pill. If I had known that, I would have said, nah, baby, nah, because I have no respect for that pharmaceutical company at all, And either way, Steve, I just want to tell you, I am listening. I appreciate you educating me on a lot of this stuff, and I appreciate the callers. But I can't believe that Sex Maniac was right. I guess I'm going to have to eat my words tonight.
Uh-oh.
So I hope he's listening. Sex Maniac, I hate to say it. You were right. I was wrong. So you guys have a good night, and I'll be listening, Steve. Take care.
All righty.
Good night.
Yeah, here's the, let me see here. Here's to help you better understand. So far, only one vaccine maker has submitted for full approval from the Food and Drug Administration. The other two are not far behind, supposedly. But the question, like Jolly Green Giant and many others are wondering, what's the difference between emergency use authorization, which they have now, versus full FDA approval? Emergency use authorization is basically a shortcut for a crisis, they say. And according to the FDA, COVID fit the bill. An emergency use authorization can be given if there are no adequate or approved alternatives, but they still have to prove safety. And they had about 3 months worth of data with, a number of study participants before they got the emergency use authorization. Full approval takes much longer. They would need at least, 6 solid months of data. Then it would take at least another 6 months for the FDA to review all of that. So, like if the Pfizer vaccine gets approved, it could happen later this year. The only difference, really, between the emergency use and the licensure is volunteers are observed for a longer period of time to see the duration of protection, if there might be some rare adverse events that occurred down the road. So what could change? What would change? Approval might raise the confidence in the public, and then Pfizer could market directly to consumers. And at that point, legally, businesses will be able to require their employees to be vaccinated, which technically right now they're not. Once the pandemic is no longer considered an emergency, only fully approved products can stay on the market. That's not good for vaccines that are still in development. They'll have to prove they work against some of the variants or work better in certain populations at the very least. And if Pfizer gets approved, it's only for those 16 and older. Younger kids will take even longer. So you're hearing in the news this week, hey, Pfizer was just granted approval for 12 to 15-year-olds to get the vaccine. That, again, is emergency use authorization. It's approved only for emergency. So now that millions of people have been vaccinated, of course, the manufacturers will have much more data to come to back up what they need to apply for full FDA approval. At this time, the only COVID drug that is officially approved by the FDA is the remdesivir. And that's really that's the one that if you've come down with the COVID, if you're sick, that's a treatment. It's not a vaccine. All right. Meanwhile, the study found 26% of Ohioans were not interested in getting the vaccine. Back in January, that number dropped to 20% in the March survey. However, close to a third of Black and Hispanic people still have no interest in getting the vaccine. Many don't have, they say, paid time off in the event that they were to have side effects if they got the vaccine. So if you're afraid they might miss a day or two of work. Now, Jolly Green Giant, I guess he may have missed 4 days of work because he felt like total shish kebab. Hello, Monkey Gouger.
Hey, Steve, I just want to jump back in here a little bit. Talking about that Tennessee River Bridge over there in Memphis. That ain't the first time this bridge has had trouble in the last 4 or 5 years. If you remember about 5 years ago, I think it was the westbound lanes. The right lane sunk about 6 inches and they had to close it down.
Really?
And, yeah, that bridge is having all kind of problems over there. And one other thing that I want to mention, that if you go that route that Brain Dead was talking about, you better make sure you ain't got no 13.6 bridge trailer when you start down through there, because there's about a 13.4 bridge if you go straight across there. You want to really check them routes that you're going to take going around that thing. I mean, I don't know what they're saying to do outside if it's like go down to Helena or whatever it is. We've done that before and went across on 49 across. Go up 55 and do different things, go out through Dyersburg or whatever. But anybody going into Memphis, they're going to go straight across like he's talking about, sure better check some bridge heights over there.
Well, am I correct if I'm hearing that they're taking all the I-40 traffic and diverting it to I-55? 55 is normally pretty busy to begin with. Is it going? I mean, are we going to be talking incredible traffic on 55? I'm guessing.
That is a nightmare. That bridge is. You don't got no wiggle room. Like he said, there ain't no wiggle room over there. And see, the thing about it is when you come off that 55 bridge, like if you're going east on 40 and they got your detour around there, that thing comes down to a 15-mile-an-hour exit route where you got to exit off to get on what would be 55 south to go on round on the detour. That's one thing that's choking it up.
Mm-hmm.
It's that if you can find your way around. I mean, I've got a load going back around that way, and I asked them today. I said, "Hey, y'all got to throw some money on this." And they said, "Well, they're talking about it." I said, "Well, before I take it," I said, "you're going to take me off of it." I said, "Because you're going to. I'm going down on 20 and go back to North Carolina. I ain't going over there and fight that mess." But Steve, I called a friend of mine, drives a gasoline tank over there in South Carolina. And, you know, they're making all this big fuss over this pipeline. But there's another pipeline that parallels that thing. It kind of goes up through Tennessee and then over to Charlotte. It's called the Hermitage Pipeline. And I asked him, I said, "Well, y'all running into Charlotte picking up any fuel?" "No, they ain't told us to go up there yet. We're just waiting." Said, "You know, we either get it out of Charleston or Augusta." And said they hadn't give us the okay to go up there. And I said, "What they waiting on?" He said, "Well, I don't know." He said there's no gas to be had in Sumter, South Carolina. He said, "Now the diesel fuel," he said, "that we're still getting diesel fuel." He said, "We are getting diesel fuel."
Mm-hmm.
But he said, "I don't know how long that's going to last." And he said, "Whatever you do when you start this way, make sure you got enough to get in and get out with." He said, "Because if you know," and I said, "Okay." So, you know, that's where we went. But, you know, Steve, I find it mighty strange that, you know, in 5 days, we had this pipeline that gets hacked, you know, and the whole East Coast is going to get shut down over this. And have you looked at the red states that's being affected by this?
I can't say that I have. Not on that, no.
All right, well, you get your map out. You give us the details last night. Look how many red states this thing is affecting. And we're talking from all the way from, well, you say Houston, Texas.
Yeah, all the way
Louisiana,
up to New Jersey. Yeah. So you got Texas, Mississippi, Louisiana. You see, Alabama, Georgia, North Carolina, South Carolina, Tennessee, Virginia, West Virginia, and on up into Maryland, I guess it is.
Right.
It's a lot of red states.
I lose you?
You did momentarily there. We got you back, though.
But, I mean, and then all of a sudden, they find this crack on this bridge over there that's causing interruption. I mean, just out of the blue, they just go over there and look at this bridge, and man, it's got a crack in it. Got to shut it down. I-40 is the thoroughfare from California to the boys going to the East Coast. All of our food, all our produce, everything pretty much runs on that I-40 corridor. There's something rotten in Denmark. I know I sound like a conspiracy, but when you get to looking at it, and get to add it up, you know, I mean, hey, there's something just ain't right about this. I can't put my fingers on it. And then old Dumbo goes down yonder to. Have you heard about what he's wanting to do about tear the interstate down to achieve racial equality on the neighborhoods that have been separated by these interstates running through the cities?
It doesn't surprise me, but no, I hadn't heard that yet. No, good golly.
Well, he goes down there to New Orleans yesterday, and he gets all them riled up down there because, you know, that viaduct that goes across I-10, you know, goes right through the heart of some of those minority people, and they said, well, we ain't been racially divided, so we have parties under them get-togethers under that thing every Saturday and Sunday, so they tear it down. So how we supposed to get to work? Oh, he got them people all tore up down there. And then old Pete Buttigieg got the wise idea. He wants to go over there, do it in Houston, and up there in Albany, New York, they want to tear down part of I-81 up there. I mean, you can't believe the stupidity that's coming out of Washington right now. I mean, we was warned a year ago. Donald Trump got up there and said he's going to tear this country down if you don't listen. But, you know, Steve, going back and talking about those voting machines, you know, the Dominion thing, have you been keeping up any of that lately on how they, you know, they might not be can hack, but they sure can change a vote from one to another miraculously.
Yes, that is true.
And I've been on the phone up yonder, you know, with Washington, and my congressman and stuff raising hell about it, telling, hey, you know this thing is like this. Why don't y'all do something about it? But there's another thing, and then that I'm gone. You know, Joe Sommers and that Tom Skyers and them out there, they the one pulling the chains on this. Now they got another player that's coming in, a Dutch billionaire that's over here diddling, dagging around and our affairs. Now what the hell is he doing up here influencing stuff? He needs to stay over there in his country and worry about his country and leave us the hell alone. It is going just simply crazy. And I never did ever think that I would see this country go this far, this fast, at what, 4 months now?
Yeah.
So anyway, big buddy, that's about all I got for tonight. We'll holler back at you tomorrow night, buddy.
Joe Biden not wasting any time, getting it done. That's right, our boys getting it done. Speaking of getting it done, we've got one final hour to get done here, but we've got plenty of room for you. Jump on in. It's 844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hotshot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
Monthly apprehensions at the southern border reached a 21-year high in April, according to new data from U.S. Customs and Border Protection. Nearly 179,000 people were caught trying to cross into the country illegally last month, a 3% increase from March. The number of unaccompanied minors making the crossing dropped, down to nearly 14,000 in April from almost 16,000 in March. And on the eve of a vote to remove her from party leadership, Wyoming Republican Representative Liz Cheney took to the floor of the House Tuesday night to continue her criticism against former President Trump and GOP lawmakers who she said were putting our democracy at risk by continuing to question the results of the 2020 presidential election.
I will not sit back and watch in silence while others lead our party down a path that abandons the rule of law and joins the former president's crusade to undermine our democracy.
This is USA Radio News.
Awesome and amazing day. Men, John Jubilee with Energized Health. And I want to just talk to you man to man for a moment. 1/3 of men 50 and over suffer with high blood pressure. That high blood pressure medication has a horrible side effect, worse than death. Erectile dysfunction. And it's brutal, but let's just talk about it medically. We have had thousands of people completely reverse diabetes, high blood pressure, irritable bowel syndrome, yes, and ED, raise their testosterone 500 points naturally through the breakthrough science of intercellular hydration. Men, if you're intelligent, you're skeptical. I want you to be skeptical. But go log on to our website, energizehealth.com. Click that red button, watch a masterclass, and then watch thousands of men just like you who reversed every single issue that I just mentioned. I don't make a claim. My clients make a claim. energizehealth.com.
A group of 6 Republican senators are set to meet with President Biden on Thursday to discuss his $2.25 trillion infrastructure plan. Republicans have proposed a smaller bill that focuses on core infrastructure. West Virginia Senator Shelley Moore Caputo will be a part of the meeting and tells Fox News that in the wake of the cyber attack against the Colonial Pipeline, any infrastructure bill should prioritize protecting vital infrastructure from similar attacks.
So I think we got to prioritize this. I think this should be, we did this in the water bill that we passed 2 weeks ago, because remember there was an incident in Florida where somebody tried to get into the water system to taint it. And so we know that we put more cybersecurity money into our water systems in that bill. We need to do the same for all of our transportation and infrastructure packages. But the administration has got to come off of the fact that infrastructure is home health aides and Medicaid expansion and things of that nature. Those discussions are for another day.
You're listening to USA Radio News.
Hi, this is Wyatt Cox. Each and every day, the USA Radio Network produces 3 hours of the greatest radio programs of all time. Comedies, drama, suspense, it's all there. Classic radio theater. Now, if your radio station doesn't carry the program, you can find them anywhere podcasts are served, including iHeartRadio, Spotify, Spreaker. Just search for USA Classic Radio Theater. Find it. USA Classic Radio Theater. You'll love it.
It's now up to an advisory committee with the Centers for Disease Control to authorize the decision by the Food and Drug Administration to use Pfizer's COVID-19 vaccine on children 12 years and older. John Clemens reports.
Many parents were relieved with the FDA decision so their children could take part in summertime activities. Dr. Janet Woodcock, acting FDA commissioner, called it a significant step in the fight against COVID-19.
Vaccinating a younger population brings us closer to returning to a sense of normalcy and to ending the pandemic.
Dr. Peter Marks, also the FDA, wrote in a press release, with science guiding our evaluation as well as our decision-making process, the FDA can assure the public as well as the medical community that all available data meets our rigorous standards to support the emergency use of this vaccine in the adolescent population 12 years of age and older. From the USA Radio News Texas Bureau, I'm John Clemens.
And prosecutors in Georgia say they will seek the death penalty for a man accused of killing 8 people in a March shooting spree. Robert Aaron Long was indicted by 2 grand juries on Tuesday on 4 counts of murder, 4 counts of felony murder, weapons charges, and a charge of domestic terrorism for the killings. Fulton County District Attorney Fonnie Willis says she intends to also seek hate crime charges and will seek the death penalty in the case. 6 of the 8 victims in the shootings were of Asian descent. For USA Radio News, I'm Dan Naraki.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Okay, then, back for that final hour here on a Wednesday Hump Day. There it is. A couple of other industry headlines, other things going on out there in the trucking world. What do we see here? Starting with Indiana, where the Department of Transportation is reminding you about a lengthy road closure in downtown Indianapolis that begins this weekend. Pay attention. According to the Indiana DOT, the North Split Interchange, Indianapolis, will close for 18 months for a bridge and roadway reconstruction project. So during the closure, I-65 and I-70 between the North Split and Washington Street will be closed to all traffic. All right, that's expected to begin on the 15th. On I-65, I-70 in the southbound lanes, the full closure of 65-70 begins the following day, weather permitting, the 16th. All right, they provided some driver information on the impact of the closure and what the construction's going to have on the interstates, but I think it's fair to say it's going to be a mess up there. Yeah, going to have to leave definitely more time on your schedule when you're going to be passing through. Sad scenario out of Texas this past day. A truck driver killed as he avoided a reckless pickup. It was actually on Monday, Liberty County. The trucker was headed east on FM 787 when a white Ford pickup allegedly ignored a red light and drove into the path of the oncoming semi-truck with the green light. After realizing what the pickup was doing, the truck driver immediately took evasive action to avoid a head-on crash with the pickup. He swerved south. Truck went over the guardrail, off the bridge, landed in the construction below, not far from the Trinity River. Yeah, pickup truck driver didn't even stop. This 51-year-old driver pretty much sacrificed his life. Literally, he did sacrifice his life to avoid potentially killing another individual. The truck driver was critically injured in the wreck. He was transported to Memorial Hospital in Houston, where he subsequently passed away. Police have not identified the pickup driver. No arrests have been made thus far. And flip side of the coin, a tragedy there. This one actually has a much happier ending. A former NFL defensive end pulled a truck driver from his flaming rig last week, saving the driver's life. The former NFL player Brandon Blair was driving on Highway 20 when he witnessed a collision between a train and a semi-truck that triggered a fiery explosion and pinned the truck driver inside. He quickly dialed 911 and was waiting for the help to arrive when he heard a voice coming from the wrecked, burning truck. So he jumped into action. There was an explosion right away. The train was pushing the truck down the tracks. I called 911, started driving down the median to get to the front of the train. When it stopped, the train conductors clearly could not breathe because of all the smoke in the cab. They warned me not to go near the truck because it was up in flames. It was a conscious decision that I'm going in because I know someone needed help right now. I ran to the window. I saw the dripping hot flames all over inside the truck. I could see a guy in the seatbelt. He was able to reach in and get the seatbelt off of him. Now, he was talking. I told him, we've got to get out of here, like right now. He was then able to climb partially into the wrecked truck and pulled the 25-year-old truck driver, Stephen Jensen, out through the rear window of the cab. Guess it's a lucky thing he was in a day cab scenario. We walked away, and within seconds, the fire on the roof fell down inside. The whole seat and cab was engulfed in flames. A couple minutes later, a couple of big booms and explosions. Jensen was flown to a nearby hospital with serious injuries, but he was in stable and fair condition by the following day. Miraculously, he was not burned during the rescue and suffered only a few scratches. That's Blair, the guy that did the rescue. Although the rescue lasted a mere 3 minutes, he said, this experience truly affected me in a way I did not expect. I was able to hold it together and be tough. Then I got a little shaky anyway when I heard my wife's voice. Being able to go home, put my arms around my kids, it kind of hit me. You never know what's going to happen in life, and this just really shows you we need to hug our family every chance we get. But that worked out well, didn't it? All right, back to the calls here. Big Sexy, yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Thank God that guy was there to help that driver.
He is in the right place at the right time, as they say.
Right place at the right time. Yes, he was. Back that bridge deal. That was a routine inspection that is done every 2 years. It was last done in 2019. It was due for inspection, and they were inspecting it when they found that crack. That's a 6-lane. I-40 is a 6-lane bridge. I-55 bridge is a narrow 4-lane bridge. So you're putting 2 interstates on a 4-lane bridge.
So you talk about a big-time bottleneck.
Yeah, and like he was saying, when you come off the east side of that, they ain't getting on to the east side of to go west. You got a sharp curve there to wind down off of that on the I-55 to go towards, Jackson, Mississippi, and then you go down and hit 240 to come around and connect back to 40. But that's where all that you got that FedEx traffic coming across there too, because Memphis is the international hub for home base for FedEx. So you got a lot of FedEx traffic coming out of there too.
Well, I'm glad I'm not going to be having to cross that bridge anytime soon there, Big Sexy.
Yeah, they were interviewing people on the news that said they live in Mississippi and work in Arkansas, or live in Arkansas, work in Mississippi, and their commute was terrible today coming home, because like you said, it was mid-afternoon, like 2:30, 3 o'clock when they found it, and that inspector immediately got on the phone with 911 and shut it down completely. So all that traffic had to be rerouted. It took a long time for turn around and get the traffic was already on it. That was leading up to it. Get them on 55 and go across. So that's going to be a mess for a while. And that, Arkansas is sending fuel and tankers over to the states that's being affected by that pipeline. The only other place to cross is down, I keep saying, West Helena, or go up and cross it over by Dyersburg, Tennessee on the I-555 bridge. 155 bridge, that's what it is, I-155 bridge at Dyersburg. That's the only 2 ways to cross other than there at Memphis.
So it's going to be ugly, and I hope it doesn't take a month to get the darn thing fixed. Boy.
I hope not. Like you said, they were inspecting it with drones. They won't even let people on people work on there to inspect it. They're doing it with drones and shut down the Mississippi River and everything. So apparently it's pretty serious.
I guess you could say it's lucky thing they did the inspection when they did, because, had they not, who knows? It could have been a repeat of the Minneapolis bridge collapse.
Right. I want to touch on another subject, too. You mentioned the vaccine is approved for emergency use, which means they can't mandate it. Then how can these cruise lines and all that require you to have it then? If employers can't mandate employees having it, how can they mandate that they won't serve you or let you have their services if you don't have it.
I see. That's I think, like Governor DeSantis down there in Florida said that the cruise lines cannot mandate that passengers get the vaccine. And I think it was Norwegian Cruise Lines that said, well, if you're not going to let us mandate cruises, we're not going to sail out of Florida.
Well, then don't sell out of Florida then. I mean, it's got if you got one way, if you can't mandate employees to have it, then you can't mandate to have it. That'd be like, we're not going to serve you food because you don't have a vaccine.
Mm-hmm.
That's not legal. I mean, if it can't be mandated because of emergency use, then it can't be mandated all the way around.
At the same time, though,
do what they want to do.
But they've got, and I don't understand how all these colleges and whatnot are mandating that if you want to return to campus to go to college this fall or whatever, they're saying you have to be vaccinated. I really don't see how they can mandate that.
Well, that's where the individual states ought to step in, and whatever state that college is in, say, hey, you can't do that. I mean, I hadn't heard about it in any colleges here in Arkansas, but I'd hate to see any of them try it. I imagine our legislature would step in and put a stop to that. They've already put a stop to the mandates for the, face coverings and even the extra money on unemployment. They're putting a stop to that. They're putting a stop to all that. So I imagine they would step in if any of Arkansas colleges tried that. They'd step in and say, hey, you can't do that. But, in blue states, that might be a different story. Well, I'll get out of here and let somebody else have the rest of the show to call in.
All right.
I've already had my 2 times tonight.
Okay, Big Sexy, thanks for checking in. Yeah, just yesterday, I'm looking here with the latest announcement from the State University of New York and the City University of New York. Hundreds of thousands of students will now be required to get a COVID vaccine. Governor Cuomo said SUNY and CUNY boards will require proof of vaccination for all students attending in-person classes this fall. And he encouraged all private universities and colleges to adopt those same guidelines. Already, Ithaca College and Cornell University have already said vaccines will be mandatory. The state's new vaccine or vaccination requirement contingent on full FDA approval. Okay, so they're saying they anticipate that's going to happen before the fall session begins, I guess. Once they get the full FDA approval, because until then, they cannot make you get the damn thing. That'll be another step in restoring normal campus activity this fall, according to the State University of New York. But all over the country, there's a growing number of colleges and universities that said vaccinations will be mandatory this fall. California State University, the University of California, that's more than 1 million students, faculty, and staff being impacted there. Joining the list of other schools that have made similar announcements, Yale University, Georgetown, Stanford University, Wesleyan University, Grinnell, Bowdoin, George Washington U, Emory University, Duke, Brown University, Northeastern U, University of Notre Dame, Syracuse University, and it goes on and on. Rutgers, Morehouse, Spelman College, DePaul University. Now, even more institutions are likely to follow. According to the president of the Association of American Colleges and University. All over the country, campuses struggled to remain open over the last year, as fraternities, sororities, and off-campus parties drove continuous spikes in COVID among undergrads. Meanwhile, students overwhelmingly declared remote learning is a poor substitute for being in the classroom. As eligibility and access for vaccines expand, schools are going to have to consider how a vaccine mandate can help higher education get back on track. Now, for those that are enrolled in school, there are many vaccination requirements that are already in place. Obviously, for things like polio, diphtheria, tetanus, whooping cough, all 50 states have at least some vaccine mandates for children attending public schools and even those attending private schools and daycare centers. In every case, there are what they call medical exemptions, and in some instances, there are religious or philosophical exemptions. I'm guessing that's going to have to be the case here as well, right? Hey, looking at 27 past the hour. It's 844-844-3388. What do you say there, Knuckle Buster?
Morning again, Mr. Steve Sommers. Well, everybody in my family's had that vaccine there because I got a daughter that works for Pfizer, and I trust my daughter. I don't think my daughter's going to steer me wrong there, right? But anyway, I don't know. None of us got sick. We all took the vaccine. Nobody died, so we're all doing good. That 55 River Bridge there in Memphis, that thing was built in 1945. See?
Wow.
My grandfather used to plow the fields all day and then go work on that bridge at night. And he couldn't swim a lick. So it's amazing he made it without falling off, right? So I don't know. I sent you the Wikipedia link on that bridge there. I mean, you can read it if you want to or not. It's pretty boring there. But I wouldn't count on Arkansas and Tennessee getting that bridge fixed real quick because Arkansas has been trying to get that bridge built across the White River there on I-40 since 2016. And their biggest problem is they got a bunch of lawsuits and stuff going over it and all that stuff. So I don't know what's going on here. I'm here at Sulphur Springs, Texas. Got a bunch of blinky lights in the right lane there. I don't know. Yeah. Well, boy, that's an ambulance, it looks like, or a fire truck or something. I don't know. I guess they got a wreck. Yeah. Somebody done messed up sometime. Got a fire truck, police a man. I can't see what all was going on. We're over here about the 123, 124 mile marker on 30 West there. So, looks like they got a big truck down in the ditch or something.
Okay.
Yep. Somebody done went to sleep.
Uh-oh.
Yep. Yep. But he kept it up right. So, that's all that matters. They pulled him out of the ditch there, but they making everybody go to the inside track. But anyway, I don't know. I wouldn't count on that bridge being fixed too soon. My best option would be if you got time. I mean, it took me an hour to go 4 miles in Memphis. I don't have any other way for me to go other than to get up there on Crump Boulevard and go out 55. So, and the biggest problem last night was they had a car that run out of gas in the left-hand lane right there on that old bridge. So that really goofed things up.
Mm-hmm.
And then, the more daylight traffic, I figured by the time rush hour traffic was over, it'd be a lot easier to get through. But I was wrong on that tonight. But we'll see what tomorrow brings or the day after tomorrow. So I got to cross it again one more time, okay? But as far as the fuel, I get fuel down here in Dallas. I get fuel back over there in West Memphis. I keep this truck fueled up. I don't have to worry about not making if a government goes under or my company goes under, I'm going to make it back to the house without walking, right?
That sounds like a plan to me. You don't want to get stuck out in the middle of nowhere, right?
I know that's right. I ain't walking nowhere unless I just have to there. So I don't mind doing a little walking, but I ain't going to walk no 400 or 500 miles anyway. So that'd be a hell of a trip there. I'd need a bunch of Skull Buster beers on that trip. You know what I mean?
All right.
So, anyway, that's all of my baloney for today. Have a great day, Mr. Steve Summers. Kick this thing in the big hole, gouge on it, and we'll talk to you tomorrow.
All right. Good to hear from you, Knucklebuster. Thanks for helping us make it through a hump day. All right. It's 844-844-3388. Chevy Guy got you coming up out of the news break here. Did get a spaceman sent me a email. He said, brokers has mandated the vaccine. I wonder maybe if health insurance companies are going to begin to not cover COVID expenses if you're not vaccinated. You know, a free shot versus a $220,000 hospital stay. Jolly Green Giant, he says he thinks you should be glad you got the vaccine because with the reaction you had, COVID probably would kill you. Could be. All right. Good to hear from you there, Spaceman. Again, it's 844-844-3388. Who else is going to be cutting out the federal unemployment, the additional unemployment? More and more states jumping on the bandwagon because they want people to get back to work. Update on that just ahead. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hotshot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Dan Naraki.
Monthly apprehensions at the southern border reached a 21-year high in April, according to new data from U.S. Customs and Border Protection. Nearly 179,000 people were caught trying to cross into the country illegally last month, a 3% increase from March. The number of unaccompanied minors making the crossing dropped, down to nearly 14,000 in April from almost 16,000 in March. And on the eve of a vote to remove her from party leadership, Wyoming Republican Representative Liz Cheney took to the floor of the House Tuesday night to continue her criticism against former President Trump and GOP lawmakers who she said were putting our democracy at risk by continuing to question the results of the 2020 presidential election.
I will not sit back and watch in silence while others lead our party down a path that abandons the rule of law and joins the former president's crusade to undermine our democracy.
This is USA Radio News.
Attention seniors on Medicare and Medicaid or receiving extra help for your prescription drugs. We have great news. You can change or enroll into a Medicare plan every 3 months if you qualify, all from the comfort and safety of your own home, over the phone. No one even needs to come to your home. And in minutes, we'll tell you all about some additional new Medicare benefits for you, like dental, vision, hearing, transportation, and more. Call us. We'll explain all your new Medicare benefits. Premiums are as low as $0 per month. Even if you are not paying anything for your coverage now, you need to call our licensed agents to review your plan. There are zero-cost plans available in some areas. Don't wait till next year. Get all the Medicare benefits you deserve. Call a licensed agent today.
800-461-2114. 800-461-2114. That's 800-461-2114. Paid for by Senior Choice Plan.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels leave injector deposits causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, including the tank, lines, pump, and the injectors.
Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Some say their truck reflects who they are, dependable and reliable. That's why you trust Blue Def. Now the best just got better. Introducing Blue Def Platinum, a revolutionary innovation with advanced system shield technology to significantly reduce harmful deposits. To maintain fuel economy, save money on costly repairs, and sustain the life of your SCR system, there's only one DEF to choose. Blue Def Platinum. The best just got better.
PureFlow AirDog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow AirDog.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com from the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years, I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, back at it here. Let me see. Okay, 20 before the hour. It's 844-844-3388. Knucklebuster, I sent you a message via email. Check that out. Yeah, we don't have the ability to pick calls up off the air. At least they haven't told me how to do it if you can. Yeah, they might be able to work something like that out. But right now, I don't know how to do it. So, yeah, I gave you a number to call there. All right, the governors of Missouri and Tennessee are joining 5 other Republican-led states in ending all the federally funded pandemic-related unemployment benefits, because the extra money's keeping people out of work from coming back to work. Very difficult for employers to fill jobs. Hey, while these benefits provided supplementary financial assistance during the height of the pandemic, yes, they were intended to be temporary. And this continuation has instead worsened the workforce issue we're facing, according to Missouri's governor yesterday. It's a contention widely shared by businesses. And it was behind the U.S. Chamber of Commerce's call last Friday to end the aid nationally, after the government report last Friday showed employers hired only 266,000 people in April, which was about 25% of what they expected to see. The benefits, of course, were part of the $1.9 trillion aid package passed by the narrowly divided Congress. So every day the number's growing. Alabama, Arkansas, Mississippi, Montana, South Carolina, they've all also announced plans that they're going to terminate the federal additional $300. But it's a hotly disputed idea. Yeah, it depends on who you ask. Cutting pandemic benefits now, as some states have done or are considering, is going to hurt workers who are depending on federal benefits while they cannot find work or are unable to work. Now, I'd say there's a difference, to be unable to work. I think we all agree. If you're able-bodied and fine, you can go back to work. Go back to work. All right. The left-leaning Economic Policy Institute said this is going to put a drag on the economy. Federal Reserve policymakers who typically try to stay out of these partisan debates actually Tuesday pointed to factors other than unemployment benefits for keeping workers on the sidelines. They said, quote, people do actually want to go back to work. They're willing to do that. But school closures meant many needed to look after their children and couldn't look for jobs. Many fear exposure to the virus. Well, let's move on to the numbers. Just how many jobs are available out there? There's a whole hell of a lot of them. Job openings surged in March to a record high, underscoring a rapid increase in labor demand as the vaccinations accelerate. States are reopening their economies. The number of available positions is at 8.12 million jobs during the month. Now, that's March. They don't even have the April numbers yet. That's the highest since back in the year 2000, from an upwardly revised 7.53 million jobs in the month of February, available jobs. All right, let's see. The number of vacancies exceeded hires by more than 2 million, the largest gap on record, and evidence of current hiring challenges. Many employers say they can't fill positions because the ongoing fears. Is it fear of catching COVID? Is it fear of childcare? Is it because of the unemployment benefits? Maybe they're all contributors. But I think the greatest contributor is undoubtedly going to be, if you can make more staying home than you could working, why would you go to work? In another sign that the economy is strengthening, the median single-family home price rose by the most on record in the first quarter. Now, they got a bunch of other numbers, but I'll just leave it at that. Meanwhile, I'll get back to your calls here. And yes, good morning, Chevy guy.
I know, government's stupid, so I can't, I'm just a trucker, you just say government says. All right, guys, we're cutting the benefits. That's all of it. Unless you go out, you get a job. If it doesn't pay as much as what you're getting, we're going to level you off. You're going to get your amount. You're going to get, we're going to help you out as long as you're showing that you're working, and we'll match your paycheck up until that point and try to get you back off of that situation. I'm glad South Carolina's doing that. And Monkey Gouger, I know I quit NASCAR, and so there's nothing on TV. So in February, I'm watching, African American Month. I'm watching all these videos, and they were showing over there in Oklahoma, I believe, Black Wall Street. They showed where they put that interstate when they built it right through that section. But it was through the old section of town with 1,800 buildings. They were knocking them down. I agree, but this stuff that they're doing is placating to the people that are BLM and all these people, and apparently they're trying to get the black population back that Trump won over the simple fact that Trump didn't give them a handout. He didn't even give them a hand up. All he did is make a good economy, and they opened the door, and they went out and they built businesses. They've done things. I believe they've seen the light. Democrats ain't taking care of them, and there's more and more coming out and flipping on them and supporting the conservative causes. But we're in a time, and Monkey Gouger, there's no conspiracy, brother. Look around. It just feels like since 2012, and I'll say it, when we accepted gay marriage in this country, and no country on the face of this earth ever did it, it just feels like God lifted his hand of protection off of us. And I don't know how you're ever going to get that back, because to put it back in the bottle, you'll have to deny a portion of our fellow Americans their civil rights. And we're locked into this, right? And Trump showed that we can survive it, and just with a pure war. Obviously, the swamp isn't happy with it, and that takes me to Liz Cheney. Please, somebody, while she's talking, just, ma'am, who did you vote for?
Guarantee she voted for Biden.
Of course. So did Romney. So did her daddy, Dick Cheney, the Bushes. Excuse me, and she supposedly has here to say so over the Republican Party, and talking about, all right, somebody sit her down and say, all right, we'll go along with you. Show me the proof that there was nothing going on in the election.
Bingo.
Like, I'm going to sit down and you watch this video in Georgia, in the shutdown, the ballots coming, the workers pulling out these ballots. Trump's way ahead. Come sun up, Trump's way behind. All right, you got all these people that are sworn testimony, putting their life on the line and their freedom on the line, saying that there was monkey business. And then you got these machines, and look what they're doing. And won't you look stupid if they crack these machines open and they see the corruption? So good Lord, I pray, but it's today. The vote. I pray they sit her down, and I pray the people in her state put somebody up there that it represents them.
I think it's going to happen. I think it's going to happen. Yep.
Go ahead. So yeah, it's we're. I'm just. It's just amazing that they let this stuff there's all this going on. There was like 100,000 illegals crossed the border last month. You notice they're not talking about it now.
Yep.
But they're still coming across the border. All right, and it was over 100,000 last month. They're still coming across the border, and that was so many more than the hundreds of thousands that come across in the month before that. I guess what it is guys just can't give up. You got to keep your head, nose to the grindstone. To finish out, I will say this: my son in Beckley, West Virginia, did say he put out a notice, is anybody else having trouble finding gasoline? My sister in Greenville, South Carolina said, yeah, they had gas, but they have long lines. And I told her, just hold up. If you got enough gas, don't, cut back on your driving. In a few days, we're not out of the gasoline.
Mm-hmm.
It's just, they're having a hard time getting it moved. But what would you, now you said there was a guy with a pickup truck with a trailer with all them 5-gallon gasoline bottles, and he was filling up. Tell me a DOT cop couldn't stop that fella and ask him for his hazmat. And where's he going to store all that gas? And don't be surprised when all this is over said and done, the fire department's being called out to put out these fires and store gasoline bottles. I love America. I love my fellow Americans, but I sure don't understand them anymore.
Yeah.
And other than that, I'm going to sit back and copy the mail. Hey, buddy, it's been a great show.
Thank you, Chevy Guy. Good to have you with us. Yeah, and unless these people are going through a lot of gas on any given day, they're probably going to need to invest in some stay-bill. Because if you don't use it, I mean, it is going to go stale. It's going to sit there. The one guy, the trailer was a guy with a tote. I think they call them totes, big plastic container, and he was getting hundreds of gallons. Truck and Phil checks in this morning. Morning, Steve Sommers and the Hot Shot Secret Nation. Happy Wednesday. Knucklebuster's call. He said, right on, Knucklebuster. I also have family members that we all trust the healthcare industry. And they said, absolutely, without a doubt, get the vaccine. We were all vaccinated with the Pfizer vaccine, all done. We'll see what the future holds for all of us. Can I live the best life? And you can live and keep on trucking. Anyway, ready to depart Fort Wayne for Sterling Heights and make the flip back to Fort Wayne. There you go. Truck and Phil, good to have you with us this morning. Let me see here. Knucklebuster checking back one more time, are you? Hello, Knucklebuster. Looks like it says it's calling, but maybe it hasn't picked him up yet. I don't know. All right, well, we'll leave it at that. Let me see, I had mentioned getting people back to work. Ben Sass over the weekend said, hey, here's a novel idea. Seeing as so many people are staying at home because they're making more, let's give an incentive to go back to work. The answer to unwind this is a signing bonus to get them to go back to work sooner than later. This unemployment insurance from the feds is actually penalizing people for going back to work. As millions of Americans are vaccinated every day, we've got crummy jobs numbers. We got to get America back up and running, he says. All right, with this $300 a week additional unemployment that runs through Labor Day, Sass says, how about let's give a 2-month equivalent to a 2-month signing bonus that would equal 100% of your current unemployment payment. Seeing as we're into May now, so that would give you a pension, essentially, say from May 15th, they'd give you June 15th through July 15th, 2 months equivalent. That's pretty much saying $2,400. Plus, you're back to work now. Might that incentivize people? You've got over 8 million jobs open right now, and less than 300,000 people went back to work last month. That's horrible. This tragedy is what happens when the Washington know-it-alls decide to pretend we're generous and pay more for unemployment than actually going to work. This is obviously hurting the economy, but more precisely, it hurts people on Main Street, on every Main Street in the nation. I mean, the fact that we're giving out-of-work Americans an extra $1,200 a month, which Republicans argue gives millions of Americans more money not to work right now, and I think he's right. They then go into the list of states, number of governors that are saying, hey, most of them are saying sometime in June, varying days in the month of June, where this extra $300 is going to stop. So realistically, they're giving people that are sitting home, drawing the unemployment, you've got a month. Get out there. There's plenty of jobs available. Get back to work, because come June the 17th or June the 20th, whatever the date's going to be, you're only going to be getting whatever your state unemployment is, and well, whatever that's going to be. Rather than getting $665 a week, you're going to get $365, and I don't think you're going to get by on that. All right. Doughboy says, I just watched the news in Cincinnati, and they said they're thinking about giving incentives like free beer or game tickets for people to go back to work. Okay, well, just don't drink your free beer when you're on the job, right? Hey, there we go. Out of time here on a Wednesday morning. Thank you again so much for hanging out with us through the late night, early morning hours. If you catch us on the podcast, remember, go back and catch Dean Michaels in the first. He came on with at 1 o'clock. Yeah, so between 1 and 3 a.m. we spoke to Dean, and he's got the free tax investigation. If you'd like to take advantage of that, something that normally would cost you like $500. Yeah, give him a call today when you get the opportunity. Otherwise, we'll see you back at the midnight hour tonight. See what's on tap for another big show. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hotshot Secret Studios.
Never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love.